story commence.
And welcome back to the Carnival Cards, playing the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Last session, you guys had been pulled into one of Yarnspinner's stories. Effectively, this is you reading a what-if scenario. Had Xaxx and Rodolfo been barred from entry into thither because of that free folk guardian, and instead you had to push on, hoping that they would eventually catch up or find another way in. And on your adventures, you came across a strange trio of pixies arguing about what the strange wooden triangle meant or was, coming up with all kinds of bizarre ideas. You guys presented yourselves as spirits of the forest, and they you actually befriended them in the end, though, and they even gave you a little reed whistle so that you could call them should you need them in a time of need. And then you pushed on forwards towards the smell of sweet aromas. There was like the sugary smell just kind of leading your noses. And before long, you found yourself in Terrace Town, a little goblin village. But not all is well. Oh wait, I completely forgot. You found tracks. Let's backpedal a bit. There was some weird tracks in the ground that you followed. They looked draconic in nature, and you found a scene of destruction. It looked like a bloody sight on the floor as well. And as you were watching for enemies abound, you suddenly heard something clawing its way out of the cave. And suddenly, as you turn around, you realize it's actually a small baby black bear called Peanut. And Tanwen managed to talk to it using Speak with Animals, and it described an attack on its mother, a weird, like, burbling sound, and then a whoosh as well after the cracking of trees. And the last thing they heard was like the roar of their mother, but it was kind of drowned out by that splintering of trees. So you kind of surmise whatever this thing was, it flew down, walked on its hind legs, did some sort of strange, like, stalking maneuver as it circled around its prey, and then went in for the killing blow, and then flew off with it as the only kind of clues as to what this thing is or what it did. Nonetheless, that's when you pushed on, found that sweet aroma, found yourself in Terrace Town, and although it's a neat, tidy little village, apparently things are not well in thither. There are a lot of upset goblins. Apparently, there's problems with redcaps roaming around. There is airship pirates or hobgoblins running around that apparently have been rallied by some leader, whereas before they were kind of a joke. They were practically bumbling, unorganized buffoons. Now they seem to be rallied and being led by someone. Then you have the problem with Scabatha, who's apparently corruption is spreading slowly through the forest, and it's making it harder to acquire ingredients for her in particular. In fact, you spoke to a leader known as um, Lobana Mossy Pants, and she said that Scavatha had a deal with them, that they would be kind of left alone, and they would have peace within thither so long as they continually supplied candy for her in Loomlurch in the Goblin Market. And they haven't been keeping up with shipments, and as such, they've been seeing sightings of toy soldiers that have been, well, marching through the forest and causing all sorts of chaos. And that exactly happened right here. A group of these tin soldiers marched in, started kicking open doors, and they tried to take a child away, kicking and screaming. That's when you launched into action, uh, reduced them to scrap, and managed to save that child. And seems that is not the only child who's been kidnapped recently. A goblin by the name of Benzi has told you that his daughter, Ivelda, has been missing for some time now, and he fears the worst, but he's not given up hope. And he wants to help you find the floating isles so that you may acquire some Jabberwock dung. Why would you want to get that? Well, apparently, old Solomon over here made a little discovery with two goblins by the name of Ronk and Sizz, and they said that the Scabatha owns a garden where she grows all kinds of ingredients. She needs fertilizer, and Jabberwock dung supposedly has magical properties that can grow a very particular type of mushroom that she actually covets. And so that's why you need to set off. The floating isles are apparently a place where the Jabberwock has been sighted, so it makes sense to go there to collect some of this. That's kind of where we left off. You guys have just finished a short rest, I believe, and yeah, you took some beating, Tarquin, but
we won.
Nothing you could handle. You think you shrugged off most of the injuries?
Yep.
And Benzie's ready to take you on to the next location when you are.
Alright. Yeah. Let's get going then, I guess. Like I said to the goblins, hopefully they'll prepare some of those tin soldiers that we can potentially use as costumes for the smaller ones of us. But for now, we should go get to the floating island and ready to climb, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult climb, but there is a viney tether that we can latch onto and scale.
Yeah, should be fine. And if worse comes to worse, we can always pirate the Sky Pirates.
Right. Yes. Don't really want to tangle with them. They're dangerous. They've been sighted coming and going, but they just sort of vanish. One moment they're here in the forest, causing chaos, and the next they're gone. And then they reappear just as they came.
Fair enough. But,
Oh, and did you guys get that pixie dust off of Mossy Pants?
I think one of us did. I can't remember which one of us. I think it might be you, Tanwen. Did you grab the pixie dust in the end? Yes, it's on your sheet.
Oh, good. That's useful if we need to,
Yeah.
I don't know, get down in a hurry.
Yep. Or if we fall and we look like we're about to die. Or you guys fall and you're about to die. I should be fine.
Great.
As I always say, rabbits always land on their feet.
I thought that was kitty cats.
Nah, that's just a myth that the cats have tried to pull out there to propaganda.
Oh, okay.
Rabbits. Or at least I always land on my feet. Not at all. Considering you've seen some of the times where he has clearly not landed on his feet.
Although Morgul is a frog, she says, yes, and I may be able to jump very high, but I'm afraid falling is still an issue for me.
Yes. Right, let's get going. Benzie, lead the way. You are,
Right. Is that little bear coming with us, or
until we find some other bears, I guess. Right, Tanwen?
Yes, I'm just worried about her climbing the vine. Because she is, if it were a tree, absolutely not a problem. She'd probably climb it better than all of us. But you're right. I would like to find family, Mama Bear, or somebody we could leave her with. So if we find a den along the way, I would like to be able to see if we could leave her there until we figure out where her mom is. But yes, I think she should stay with us.
All right. Clabberclaw seems to be trying to pet Peanut at the moment. But
No.
if this was a real big bear, it'd probably try to eat us, right? That's what bears do.
It it depends. It really did. Black bears are mostly vegetarian. A lot of people don't know that. Now,
But
grizz grizzly grizzly bears have been known to eat sentient beings. They
He's got a gourd for a head.
yeah, Clavicle backing away as Peanut's like sniffing the gourd, and he gets up into a corner. Oh, that's why Peanut's taking a liking to me.
yes, and
Oh.
uh, if it's a polar bear, just go ahead and talk to whatever god you would like to, and prepare for your next life.
Unless you've got a really big beard and a really loud voice, then you punch on the nose and yell at it.
Punch it. Well, I could snip and
Never
fart it, but
heard of that working with a polar bear, but it could. Absolutely.
That's an actual real life example because that did happen once.
oh lord.
I'm sorry, Chris. Hang on. What?
Um,
Somebody punched a polar bear and survived?
mm-hmm. It's the guy from can't think of his name. It's the guy from Flash Gordon who says Flash Gordon's alive, and that's a really loud voice. Can't think of his name, but apparently a polar bear was sniffing into his tent, and he just sort of woke up, saw him, was like ah, and punched it on the nose, and it ran off. Apparently,
Wow,
yeah.
that's impressive.
So Chris, are you gonna move us to the next map?
Yeah, I will. Let's do that now.
But
Go to this
yeah.
one. Okay. So you're going to be wandering through the forest for some time, traveling through the twilight. And as you go, you see there's a little dirt track that leads out of the goblin village and to into the deeper kind of woodlands. You can hear all kinds of animals just in the underbrush, some nearby hooting of the owl, and you occasionally see these lights sort of flicker in and out. And as you pass the tree trunks and rocks nearby, you suddenly catch sight of what these lights are. They're not will-o-wisps, but they seem to be like a little family or swarm of fireflies, and they give off this kind of rainbow and iridescent color, just sort of shines and pulses out, and it sort of paints the twilight scenery in different colors.
How do my how do my dragonflies respond to them? Are they hiding from them? Are they curious? Are they indifferent?
No, the fireflies, sorry, the dragonflies don't seem to be wary or anything like that. They perhaps do seem curious more than anything. They are looking in that same direction you are.
Okay.
Let's track it down.
Oh, what beautiful lights. Those are absolutely gorgeous. Do y'all see the lights as well, or is it just me?
I see them. I was just thinking that very pretty, very pretty, but maybe a little bit
They
too
are.
gaudy. They could probably just stick to one or two colors rather than pulsing so many.
See, that's what I love. I love all the different colors. I've loved rainbows since I was a little girl.
That's fair.
Uh,
Um, as we're traveling along, and you've obviously said there's stuff in the undergrowth. So as Tarquin's traveling, he's probably going to be looking out for potential bear tracks just so we can find somewhere for Peanut. But
Yeah, okay. We'll keep an eye on that. For now, this is still sort of the dirt track leading out of the village. Well, you're some distance away by now, but not seeing any bear tracks yet. Um, but up ahead, as you are looking down at the ground looking for bear tracks, you do instead see something else that's of a different track. You can give me a survival check.
yeah,
oh dear.
Yeah. might be pertinent to you. Okay, right. Tarquin, you're perhaps following your own tracks, or Solomon's tracks, who's walking up ahead.
Yeah.
You
These are
realize,
such
there must...
strange tracks. They've got like this like brushy pattern, and then I just walk into the back. So oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. And then Solomon, Tanwen, although it's a dirt track, you can see that there are these heavier footprints. They they look like they're quite tightly close together, like they would be of a small creature, and yet their their weight and their tread is a lot deeper than what you'd expect. And
Does it look like several creatures walking together with their tracks
yeah,
overlapping?
yes, it does.
Okay. Um, does anybody recognize these particular tracks? Does I can see them. It looks like several beasts to me, but I'm not sure what they are.
Um, Benzie kind of puts his own feet into them, and his shoe size is a lot smaller. I know, but they're wearing very big shoes, I think.
Interesting. Well, everybody keep your eyes open. Not that you don't, but in case we bump into this, we don't know if it's friendly or not.
Um, at that point, you see in a distance, rising up above the tree line, is a great oak, similar to like perhaps the one you first encountered when you were entering in. It's a massive grandfather tree that sort of dwarfs all of the others. And there is a number of fireflies and even butterflies that seem to be just swarming around this. And yeah, you can see it coming into view as you come into a sort of clearing. And
Oh, I wonder if the oak tree is going to may have information for us. Do y'all mind if I go talk to it?
be my guest if you think you will help.
Okay. Why don't y'all hang back in case I need to be rescued? And all right. I don't see my icon. That's weird. Here I am.
Oh,
I was behind Benzie.
sorry. Um, as you
Is
come
this
around the corner, you can
is
actually hear a strange sound.
okay?
It is that of a goat, kind of, baying, and they seem to be all kind of baying simultaneously. One of them spots you and turns around and like really gives it their all, like proper like screams in your face, effectively.
Oh, um, hello, hi. All right. Since I took a short rest, I would like to cast Speak with Animals again.
Okay.
All
Uh,
right. So,
yeah, you can do. Guess there's
okay.
nothing stopping you there. Um,
All right. I'm gonna cast. Hi. Do you understand me?
so the goat's kind of neighing suddenly turns into a very aggressive and angry voice in your head, and they say, you there! Give me that, give me that scythe on the floor and hit it over my head as hard as you can,
Why on earth would I do that?
because those damn pixies are playing pranks on us. Ah, you
And
can hear it
hitting
like,
you in the head will do what for you?
ah, no time to explain. Just do it already. And
Tarquin with that hesitation will just walk over and pick one of them up and go, "You asked for it." Boop.
oh, you don't understand this right now. Only Tanwen does.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
Tar- Tarquin, they're asking me to pick up a scythe on the ground and hit him over the head. Do you think I should?
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to, I will.
Okay,
You hear a very shrill voice from the top of the tree saying, "Wait, wait, wait! Don't do that!"
why should we not do that?
You suddenly see out of thin air a pixie basically comes into existence as if they just dropped an invisible spell, and they say, "Look, look, look! Those scythes! Those are their weapons. They're red caps. All of them. They were trying to attack us. We turned them into goats so that they would learn their lesson."
Do I play this the funny way or the serious way? I'm just considering that myself. Tarquin just goes, I mean, I don't see what their hats have anything to do with it.
No, no, they're aggressive, angry, rage-stricken fae.
Oh,
They don't
yeah,
have
I know. I was just messing with you.
Oh, oh, okay.
So, these are the whole, grow bloody mushrooms and stuff.
That's the one. I
Hmm.
think they come from Scabatha's garden.
Hmm. I mean, we met one of them recently and they were quite angry, but, if you can target that anger the right way.
Well, they angered it towards us right now.
Tanwen,
What?
ask them what they're most angry about, other than being turned into goats.
Okay. What are y'all most angry about?
The
Why are
fact
you
that
so
you haven't,
angry?
the fact that you haven't hit us over the head yet.
Well, we're being told not to hit you over the head.
What? Don't
Um,
listen to them. They're tricksy
why
pixies.
should why should we not listen to them?
Because they're the ones who did this to us.
Yes, but why did they do that to you? I mean, what did you do that prompted this?
Ah. Uh, he's clearly getting angry and worked up about it. But
Yeah.
give me a persuasion check, Tanwen.
Okay. My grandmother always said that, for every effect there was a cause.
Hmm?
All right, persuasion. Oh,
Oh wow. Okay. Pretty that's pretty high. Okay. They they kind of like let off some steam by letting out a deep sigh, and instead of baying and stomping its little feet, having a tantrum, they sort of calm down for just a brief moment, and they say, "These pixies, these pixies are well, Scabatha doesn't want them here anymore.
yes, but is this their home?
Not anymore. Scabatha owns this forest
All right. And why does Scapatha want them to leave here?
because they interfere with her arrangement.
How do they interfere with her arrangement?
They're pranksters, tricksy.
Well, um, you know, everybody needs a good laugh sometimes. Everybody needs a little bit of merriment in their lives. So
What
even if they are
merriment?
merriment's happiness, a little bit of joy, a little bit of something fun and frivolous.
You mean like queasiness?
No, no, queasiness is not fun. Nobody likes to have their stomach upset. It's merriment, like going to a festival or a fair or a celebration for a holy day.
Or eating a really good meal.
Well, can't say I've felt any of those weird emotions, but uh, other people being happy makes me wanna. And you see the goat trying to like headbutt the base of the tree.
I wouldn't do that. I think the only thing you're gonna do is hurt your head. Not that goats are easily hurt, but
If I hurt it hard enough, maybe I'll pop out of this damn form.
I don't think it works that way. I think you have to be nice and kind and promise to leave the pixies alone before they're gonna set you free. Now, I can try to talk to the pixies for you, but I think they're gonna want something in return, like a promise that you'll leave them alone.
Yep. Mm.
Yeah, gotta obey the rule of reciprocity.
Right. I mean, and you know, uh, I hate to tell you this, but you know, they did put you in a form that is kind of tasty.
They were throwing rocks at our houses too. They're mean.
Hmm.
They don't deserve to be negotiated with.
Ah.
Well, I don't know that they don't deserve to be negotiated with, but you know, um, I will say, Mr. Billy Goat, that we had a, a dish called cabrito where I was that was made out of goats, and maybe that's what they're gonna go for if you can't agree to back off.
You know, this reminds me of an old hypothetical I once heard about people who could transform things into other things. Like, because obviously, if a goat takes, gets, when you're, transformed, if you're hurt hard enough, you turn back. But if you're not hurt to the point of dying, say you had your leg chopped off whilst transformed, would that leg still be missing when you transfer back? If not, it's kind of a very torturous but infinite food
Mhm.
source.
What is this one on about? He doesn't seem to
Um,
understand.
he's telling me about the fact that he's heard that transformations, uh, they can be permanent, and
What? We're not stuck like this, are we?
yeah, that I mean, you very easily could be stuck as Billy Goat's gruff. Maybe you can find a bridge with a troll, and you can be that part of a fairy tale.
No, no. Not trolls. We hate
Um,
trolls.
so I think your only bet is to actually walk away and tell Scabatha that the pixies were just too strong, and that you think that
Uh,
they deserve to live in their homes, um, rent free and undisturbed.
well, we still want our weapon.
Um,
All right. I'll tell you what, we are eventually going to go talk to Scabatha ourselves. So what we can do is we can take possession of the weapon, and then when
Uh,
we get to Scabatha's, we will let her know that we have your weapon, that we picked it up, and have her give it back to you at that time.
They seem to growl again. They are clearly not happy about this.
l-
And
look,
Yeah.
looking at the scythes, are they like the simple sort of scythe design where there's like a nail holding the blade in, which you could just take out?
they're a bit more well fitted than that, but you could try and dismantle them another
Hmm.
way. It would take some time to reassemble them as well.
Hmm. Because while I'm thinking, if we dismantle them, tie them to the goats so they can't hurt themselves with it, but they can carry them back.
I tie up the goat.
That
Get off of me! Although all you hear is,
Yeah, can I tie up the goat?
yeah,
um
it can't really resist very well.
Okay, I tie up the goat and I tie it to this tree over here.
Oh no. Okay.
And
Solomon, what are you Solomon?
I just say, I gave you a rope, so as rule of reciprocity, I'm taking your scythe. Bye. I grab the scythe and just lumber it over my shoulder.
All you can hear are angry goat noises, Solomon, but to Tanwen, this red cap is infuriated. Just sort of like, you get back here! Let's get your hands off of that thing! Hey, this isn't a gift.
No, I don't think it's a gift at all. I think it's an exchange, a trade of, things that are equal value. Solomon truly values that rope and has used it many times.
This
So
deal
they're
is the
giving
worst
you a gift.
deal I've ever had.
I mean,
I,
hmm.
And
I'm
it's getting
sorry,
worse by the second.
Tarquin, I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just thinking, he really did love that rope. It was a good rope. It's from his homeland, so it's probably got some sentimental value attached to it. And honestly, I think if that goat, when it gets turned back, is smart, it can probably do more damage with the rope. I mean, you could tie up people with it, you could hang them with it, you could,
Good
like,
Lord.
as they're running away, you could lasso them with it.
The goat starts chewing on the rope.
You could tie it up and whack people with it. Ropes are very versatile.
I should have muzzled it.
Seems it's not
Okay.
getting through the rope
Well,
though.
I'm gonna ask my Tarquin. I'm gonna see if I can get my guy to agree to leave the pixies alone.
Cool.
Do you think you could disassemble these sides,
Yeah,
or
I can have a look.
think you can have a look, but see if Solomon can bring the one he captured over. The only thing is, we don't have the portable hole.
No,
So we would
we
definitely have to carry it with us since
no
Rodolfo's got the portable hole.
should be fine. Solomon, I'm thinking if we actually give them their scythes and allow them to carry them back, then these guys would technically owe us one, which could be useful later.
We have to.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna. And then Tarquin sort of sits down with this scythe and sees if he can work out how the blade comes off without like breaking it.
Okay, yeah, you can either give me a survival, or if you have some sort of tool proficiency that would help.
Woodcarver's tools?
I give
You-
guidance.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I mean that would work.
I'm proficient in woodcarver's tools. I don't
Then
have.
sure, you can use that instead of survival.
Yeah. Okay. What stat would I be applying for that one? And actually, do I even have woodcarver's tools on me? Just checking.
You can use either strength or dex.
I don't have woodcarver's tools on me, so I will go back to survival, I guess.
No, it's fine. You don't have to have the
Oh.
tools necessarily, but you can use.
Oh, I
your
rolled
knowledge.
twice, but the 15 would be the first one. And I'm annoyed I wasted a nat 20.
Yeah,
17 with the guidance.
Okay, 17 is good enough. You manage to disassemble the scythe. The blade comes out of the little socket.
Yep.
You do unscrew a couple of nails and stuff.
Yep.
But then, they're just left with a stick and a blade.
Which I'm gonna head over to this one quickly, untie the rope from it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tie the scythe blade to the handle, and then tie it to this goat's back.
The goats are clearly all a bluster once they see their scythe. What have you done? Oh, my beautiful sickle.
okay. What we've done is we have come up with a compromise for you. And this is actually the best deal you're going to get today. So we will take your weapons away and we'll disassemble them. You can reassemble them when you get back to Scabatha. That way you can keep them with you, and we're doing you a favor by letting you keep your weapons and
This isn't a
accessible.
weapon anymore. How am I supposed to soak my hat in blood with this?
Well, you're not going to soak your hat in blood right away, but you can go back to Scabatha and let her know that your mission to harass and harass these poor innocent pixies did not go. And that out of kindness of our hearts, that we set you free and sent you back because I'm really hungry right now. And, I would love to introduce my companions to Cabrito. It is fabulous, fabulous meat dish. And, I've talked to you, so I know you're a sentient being, but, you've got a couple friends that look really tasty.
No,
Which one would you like to sacrifice? Is there
no,
anyone you
no.
particularly don't like?
We're not going to be eaten by anyone. And if you do any harm to us, we'll just pop into our original form anyway. So, but
No, no.
Yeah, but how long are you going to last in your original form with the slit throat and bled
ah,
out?
all right, all right. Okay, you made your
But
point.
we'll soak our hats in your blood.
I look at your top hat for a moment, confused.
It's got a red band around it.
True. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, they kind of back off from you a little bit. And whilst Tanwen has been distracting them with this conversation, Tarquin manages to assemble most of the scythes and
I've hidden one screw from each of them in my pocket,
and pockets a screw from each of the scythes.
making them harder to reassemble.
So, yeah, at that point they say, "Now what? Are we supposed to carry these on our backs? They're gonna fall all over the
I'm
place."
gonna tie them to your back.
Ah, just pop us on the head.
No.
We'll
Sorry.
carry them back in our hands.
Yeah, no,
Where?
I think you need to go back to Scabatha and let her know that, the pixies really should be left alone. And,
Okay.
we found the easiest solution for you um, to be able to go back and report to Scabatha.
Also, Tanwen, tell them this. Scabatha should be on the lookout for us when we come back, because we'll have a present for her, which we're sure she'll like, for her garden.
Okay, I'm going to tell him that, but aren't we supposed to be? Isn't this supposed to be secret? I thought we were supposed to get in and get out without her knowing we were here.
No, the thing. Tarquin sort of just wanders over. We're meant to take something without her knowing.
Oh,
But
okay.
how we take that thing?
Okay,
Oh,
all right.
sounds like gossip.
So it
Yes.
sounds. So tell Scabatha that when we come to see her, we will have a present for her garden. So we're not only sending you back unharmed, but we will bring a present when we come to see her.
Fine, fine. Give us the rope.
Yep,
Tie the weapons.
Yep, I'm tying the weapons to them. Actually, because I've sort of looked at Tanwen. Obviously, one of these guys is probably in charge. I think we should make that one carry them all. That way, the other two don't. After all, we've only got one rope.
Why don't we make them all carry them? Like we put them
Tie
all
the
on
goats
their
together.
tie the goats together.
Cut the rope in pieces. Yeah.
I mean,
if
it's
we're
your
gonna
rope,
give
Solomon, so it's up to you.
Like we just
I think
just
he wants to tie them together.
Oh, I love it. I like it.
and then they have to walk like a free-goated race.
Oh, I like that,
Like
yeah.
like a Cerberus, but in a goat
Yes,
form.
Goatborus.
Goatborus, yes. All right, we do that. Okay,
Actually, what was that dish you called, Tanwen?
Cabrito.
So they can be Pebritorus.
They grumble and
Yep.
seem all a bluster the whole time. When you tie them together,
Yep.
they seem very helpless as cute little goats.
Yep.
You see the pixies are giggling and tittering to themselves.
They can't ram anyone because they don't really have the capability.
Alright, off
True.
you go,
You're gonna have
goats.
to work
Bye.
together. Yeah.
We'll
Rum-
see you again.
Rumble of goats.
Next time we won't be so helpless. And
Next
the
time we
goats
won't be as
give away.
nice. Anyway.
Goats give away into the forest.
Anyway.
Hi. Are y'all okay? I'm asking the pixies up in the tree.
Oh, we're fine. Our houses took a couple of dents, but that's fine.
Okay. Well, uh, we are out looking for a missing child and a missing mama bear, and we have a baby bear that we are trying to reunite with her kin, a sister, or cousin, aunt, somebody that we can leave her with safely until we find her mom. So, do y'all have any information about any bears around
Oh,
here, or have you seen
yeah.
any missing goblin children?
We see a lot of goblins come around here, but they've usually been as a group. They're alone, though. Not good.
Lindsay, do you want to describe your daughter to the pixies?
Oh, yes. She's about this tall. She has pigtails and a little tooth, like a snaggle tooth. She has
And
bright
wh-
yellow eyes. The goblin, the pixies, sorry. They seem to think for a moment and go,
and what was she wearing when she disappeared? Do you know what she was wearing?
she's wearing a
Does
little
she,
tunic.
okay.
But
Is,
she's
is it pink or blue or yellow, or do you know what color her tunic was?
no, I'm colorblind.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up a sensitive subject.
No, that's okay. I think she was. It was kind of like a pale blue, I think.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh,
So, to the pixies, if y'all could keep a lookout for a lost goblin girl,
oh no.
she's probably scared and hungry and tired and just wants to go home.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. It was like a red and white. Yeah, like a white shirt with a reddish kind of color. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The I think that
Hmm.
we should have brought the mom because obviously the mom would know what she was wearing. Uh, but
The, the,
the dad is
the
certain she had
pigtails.
clothes on. Yes, and
The
pigtails.
pigtails and the snaggletooth are the giveaway.
Okay.
Anyway, if if you do see them, could you fly by Terrace Town as well and just let us know? And the pixies kind of nod and they say, "We'll do our best, but don't worry. If if children get harmed in this place, they're whisked away to safety. I've seen it happen before."
Do you know where they're whisked away to? Do you know where
Mm,
they go?
the fairies, they have many little kind of theories amongst themselves, and they seem to gossip for a moment. And you hear one of them about the idea. Um, oh no, I think they're whisked away underground to some safe haven. And another one's like, no, 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 they go to the palace where they're fed and kept warm. And another one's like, I thought they just got put into a harmless demi-plane and they were just floating there in nothingness, asleep. And they seem to have a couple of theories, but they all agree that wherever it is, it seems to be somewhere safe. It's Sibylna's law. Sibylna doesn't allow harm to children in Prismere.
We've seen people try to break that law through subtle ways.
Well, it's okay. The children just pop out of existence. Boom. They get whisked away.
Huh.
Maybe that's what's happened to Benzie's little girl. Um,
Which is
okay,
bad in of itself. It means someone's tried to harm my poor Yaveldia.
right, but she would be safe if this is true. She would be safe right now, and I don't have a daughter, but I have somebody that I love tremendously that I'm hoping is safe right now. So I do understand.
Well, if that's the case, then I've got to hunt down the person who did this.
Let's hunt them down together. Okay, before we move on, pixies are. Do y'all know of any bears around here? Especially like a mama bear with cubs.
Kaluna's seen bears. And you see another kind of pixie flutter forward. And you can see there are so many pixies in this tree. And now that the danger is gone, you see about perhaps 24 of these fairies like poking their heads out of little nooks and knots in the tree. And one of them flutters forward, named Kaluna. They take a little
Um,
bow.
I'm sorry, I'm asking out of game. Are there boys and girls? Are they all just little girls, little girl
Pixies
pixies?
can be of different
Genders?
genders. It's just
Okay,
this token art happens to represent a more feminine one.
okay. I'm sorry. I was just curious. So,
Yeah.
so Cluna, you know where there might be a safe air mama that we
I
could
have.
take?
I've seen bears. There's many of them within thither. But if you're looking for a mama bear, I can show you one.
Could you? Yes. I would be very grateful for that. Um,
Well, you've done us a service, getting rid of those angry redcaps. We will be happy to oblige.
okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Peanut, baby, can you follow us?
You see this little pixie flutter down, and they seem to, for a moment, startle the bear, but then the fairy closes their eyes and puts up their hand, and it kind of glows a warm kind of green, and you see the small little bear just suddenly calm and relax, and they say, "Come on, little peanut, follow us." And you see the bear, without hesitation, begins to sort of scamper along.
Okay, everybody, looks like we're on the move again.
Alright.
Bye, other pixies.
Bye bye.
Actually,
And you
you
did a
don't.
great job with those red cats. That was
You
hilarious.
you don't
Tying
happen.
them together.
You don't happen to have any spare pixie dust, do you?
Let me see what if I got some. Uh, Amaryllis, Amaryllis, and they call out another pixie who flutters forward and says, "Sure. You know what? Just for the laughs you gave us, you can have a spare and a fresh batch." And they
Thank you.
they flutter their wings rapidly whilst kind of squinting, and all of this fairy dust starts coalescing in the air and falling from her wings. Better catch quick!
Tarquin will attempt to catch it in a bag of some kind. He had his
Yeah.
own pouch of pixie dust at one point, so I'm guessing he has a pouch.
Sure, you can catch it, but she sort of makes a little game of it as you're catching it. She sort of skirts in one direction and then back and forward, trying to make you like work for it effectively.
Tarquin will, as part of the game, will, and probably because of his juggling, he'll probably like toss up the bag at point and do like cartwheels and just play with the game.
She absolutely relishes this in delight, and it makes it all the worth while giving it to you. You can add another pixie dust to your sheet.
Yep, I've
Have you,
added that to that sheet.
have you done it? Cool.
Unless we've got an actual item I can drag on.
Yeah, it should be. I'll find it if there is.
There was
There you go.
there was some pixies we met not long ago,
It's an
and
equipment.
they
Okay.
gave us this wedge. Do you know what it's for?
Oh,
Oh my god.
you got a troll toothpick. Very nice.
Is that what it is?
Another one's like, no, it's a ramp for a small mouse.
How are they having the same conversation as the other three?
Yeah. Well, if you figure out between yous what it is, could you let me know?
Okay.
I personally think it's a wedge of cheese for a wooden mouse, but
Have
like
fun
a
deciding.
treant, but that's a
Yeah.
mouse.
Have fun deciding who's right.
Are you giving them the doorstop?
No, I'm taking it with me. I'm just leaving them with the argument of deciding who's gonna.
Oh no, the pixies have got it twisted again, and they're just going to be constantly bickering about what it is for the next few decades. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, tormenting pixies. I like it.
This is how
Um,
the world ends: a war over what this doorstop actually is.
Yeah.
It creates new religions. The religion of the wooden ramp, the religion of the troll toothpick, and the religion of I can't remember what the third
wooden
option was.
cheese.
Wooden cheese.
Wooden cheese, yeah.
And they go to war with each other.
The war of the. This is how the pixies die out.
Yep.
See it as like a sacred icon that must be protected at all costs.
I
Yes.
hold.
Exchanges hands over bloody territory, and
I just
yeah.
hold it up like it's an item as we're walking off, like a special
Yeah.
item.
Just reminds me of the argument over what atheists should call themselves in South Park in that one episode.
Oh god. All right, so Kaluna does lead you deeper into the woods, off the beaten track, and into the kind of more rugged wilderness. You find yourself kind of having to go down this steep slope, and you're having to hold on to tree roots and branches to steady your footing. You could twist an ankle quite easily down here. The fairy has no trouble; they're just sort of fluttering along in the air, and they're like, "Come on, keep up." Although, maybe keep quiet as well. We're kind of nearing a bear's cave, so I can try to calm the beast if it gets angry, but maybe we should. Yeah, maybe we should just let them discover Peanut by themselves.
Um, I don't want to do that because I don't want to
No?
risk Peanut getting hurt. But I have some good berries, and
Okay.
maybe if I offer I mean, everybody loves berries. They taste like blueberries, and that's everybody's favorite. Maybe if I offer the bear a good berry, they will know that we come in peace.
Okay. We'll do it in we'll do it your way. Just not everyone show themselves. A
Right,
large
I,
number
I
might be
agree.
intimidating.
Let me walk forward and Peanut, honey, would you stand behind me? And if this doesn't go well, you run back to our friends. Do you understand, baby?
King
Okay,
seems to be
all right.
too interested in trying to grab the good berries out of your palm.
All right, I'll give Peanut a good berry.
Nom, nom. And as you descend right down to the bottom of this kind of creek, you can hear the trickling of water nearby as well. There's a craggy rock on the other side of this river, and a small crack in it has widened big enough that it looks like there's a cave, and kind of muddy tracks going in and out. And
Okay,
yeah,
um,
we're
I'm
here.
gonna walk very carefully towards the cave, and I'm gonna say, "Hello in the cave. Can you hear me? I'm Tanwen. Is anybody in there?"
So you definitely hear a kind of a low grumbling sound, almost as if you've just woken someone up. And you still casting Speak with Animals, aren't you? You've still got it up.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
then. So you do hear the. What is it? Wait, who is that? Why do I understand you?
Hi, I'm Tanwen, and I have a dilemma,
Are you a
and I'm
bear?
hoping you. No, but I have a bear with me. I have a baby bear with me, and its mother was taken, and we are going to go look for its mom, but I'm scared to death it's going to get hurt on this adventure, and I'm looking for somewhere safe for this baby to be while we go look for its mom. And I'm hoping
Oh,
that you're someone safe who could take care of a child. Um, for us.
You hear other voices waking up in the cave as well. And they're like, "What is it, Dad?" And then they're like, "Wake up, Mum. I think we have a visitor." Sure enough, this whole family of bears comes to consciousness, and they begin plodding their way out with these heavy paws.
I,
And the father
I,
bear kind of bigs himself up, standing on his hind legs, trying to look intimidating.
I brought gifts. I have good berries, so everybody can have a good berry.
Mm,
And because I've have 9 of them, so I gave one to Peanut. So I've got what 5 more that
yeah.
I'm giving to the babies or to the family, or 4 more.
Okay, give me an animal handling check with advantage.
All right. Give me 1 second and actions.
And sure enough, you hear this kind of older female bear come to the front as well. As this big bear trying to intimidate you, it suddenly spots Peanut sort of hiding behind your leg, and with advantage. Oh, that's much better.
Yes,
being, being
Lord,
able to,
that was much better.
yeah,
Yes.
you would have been perhaps ripped apart by like this family of bears, but thankfully you come in peace. You're able to communicate with them, and you offer them food. And
How many
there's
of them are there? I'll take my good berry count down.
there's about a mama bear, a baby bear, and a father bear. So there's 3 of them.
Okay,
Uh,
so let
and
me take
then
4 out, so that leaves 5. Okay.
and as soon as Peanut comes around from behind your leg, you see the heart melt of this father bear who just suddenly drops down to his all fours and begins sniffing the air. And sure enough, this mama bear comes about as well and starts to get closer and closer. And she paws at the ground slightly, almost trying to beckon Peanut forward. And she sniffs the berries in your hand as well to kind of make sure that they are what you say they are. And slowly she kind of takes them one by one from your hand and puts them down on the ground for their child to eat. But instead of eating them, the small baby bear kind of rolls out from the cave and immediately tries to start playing with Peanut. And the 2 parents kind of look at each other and they're like, well, suppose they can stay here for a while. Our daughter could use a friend to play with, I suppose. And the mama bear says, "Thank you for the food. This is a welcome sight when most of this forest seems to be slowly rotting away. It's harder to find and, and scrounge for food when things are just sort of decaying and rotting." And sure enough, they slowly bring Peanut into their circle, kind of sniffing him over, making sure he's healthy. He's not injured, and the 2 baby cubs seem to be playing with each other whilst the parents are
Oh,
watching you.
that is darling. That is so cute. I that is really cute.
We are touched that you would bring us some food. You're not like the rest of these uh, individuals. There are some strange red-skinned humanoids. They come by and they seem to chop at wood, make loud noises in the forest. We've seen them by the fairy by the mushroom ring. But you are kind. And you see what he seems to be describing is the hobgoblins, red skin, pointy ears. It definitely sounds like hobgoblins to you. And the bears seem to take away the small cub into the clearing of their cave, and they're happy to sort of welcome this new cub into their family. So with that, you see back, if you look back at the tree line, you see the little pixie hiding behind a leaf, giving 2 thumbs up. They seem to be wiping a small tear away from their face. And the rest of you can...
That is wonderful. I'm so glad. So I'm going to go back and tell everybody that we successfully found somewhere for Peanut to be until we find Peanut's mom, hopefully alive.
All right. I'm going to go back to the oval map. And we'll say that a couple of more hours journey into the forest. The fairy bids you adieu and says, well, I'm heading back to my great father tree now. The floating isles aren't too far away. Benzie says, I know the way.
I need to step away for just a moment. I'll be
That's
right
okay.
back. I've
no
got
problem.
a crying teenager. I'll be right back.
Sure thing, no problem. Okay, so we will reveal a bit more of this map. Let's already in between the breaks in the canopy, you already can see above the clouds there seem to be these floating rocks, these large pointed and jagged almost look like arrowheads sort of floating in the sky. They're quite tightly packed together, and in between each one you see the tiny tethers of vines wrapping and growing amongst them. They seem to not only create bridges between the rocks, but also keeps them tightly together like a small netting. Yeah, that's what you're looking at. In fact, let me reveal some. Do this. Here we go. And as you're nearing the base of this large mountain, Benzie seems to be on the constant lookout. There should be a vine around. Yeah. Look for a big kind of rope, green rope. And yeah, you guys can give me a perception check if you like. Try and help out.
Okay, perception check. Perception checks are kind of fun to roll, particularly because I'm pretty good at them normally. So let's see. 1 plus 7. What do I get? 24.
Nice. Absolutely, yeah. You kind of, rather than look around on the ground and on this mountainside, you look up to the sky where there's a much clearer view, and you see one of these tethers, and you trace it down all the way to a nearby kind of plateau, which seems to have been caught on a rock, and it doesn't look like too much of a issue to climb up onto the plateau, but climbing the rope will definitely be a challenge as it's ascending perhaps maybe hundreds of feet into the sky. So you kind of pick yourself up onto the plateau. You've got a nice view from here, and in fact from here, with that perception check as well, you can even see one of the nearby mushroom rings that those bears just recently described, saying that the hobgoblins have been sighted near there. And I'll say that you even see another one on the other side here as well. You reveal that. There you go. There's a smaller clearing to the north. There's another little mushroom ring there too. But yeah, if you want, you can begin climbing. This is going to be a difficult ascent, but is there anything you want to try and do or prepare to try and make that easier for yourselves?
Oh, I'm gonna give my pixie dust to Solomon.
Yep.
Because Tarquin obviously has a way, if he falls, he obviously has the slow fall stuff. Tanwen has
Right.
her own, and Solomon isn't at the point where they can transform into something that can fly yet. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay then. So we'll give. If you delete that one off your sheet, I'll give them a new pixie
Yeah.
dust.
What if I turn into a sugar glider? Because technically they can't fly,
They could glide.
which isn't flying.
No. You
It's
might descend.
It's floating with style.
Well, nonetheless, have this pixie dust just in case.
Yeah. Well,
I think
how
it's
thick is this vine?
it's thick enough that you could grab onto it with 2 hands, and it's all wrapped up in kind of greenery
Is
and
it thick enough?
ivy.
Is it thick enough that if I turned into the usual giant spider, I could climb up it?
The giant spider would have difficulty, but you can
Regular
transform
spider
into
is.
anything lower level. You can turn
Yeah.
into a small spider and do that, no problem.
Yeah, I'll just turn into a small spider and climb up.
Yeah, that works. All right. So no roll required for you. You just simply start climbing up. There is a bit of a breeze as you get higher and higher, but you can climb onto the side where the wind isn't trying to peel you off.
I don't have the choice for a regular spider, so I'll click giant wolf spider, but it's not.
Yeah, that's fine.
Speed it
Alright.
up.
And what about Tarquin? You should be able to climb ropes. You've worked in the
Yeah, I
circus.
mean, he's done that. He's obviously done the acrobat, so he's not too bad. He's got his 2 court staffs strapped to his back and a spear, apparently. I forgot I had a spear, but apparently I've got a spear, so...
I will, however, before I turn, give some guidance to whoever needs it.
And yeah, you can only give that to one person because it's technically concentration, isn't it?
Yeah. You give it to Benzie or something. I think Clapperclaw at the bottom here says, well, if I told you I'm
Do you want
afraid
to?
of heights,
Do you want to wait here and we'll meet you when we get back?
that sounds like a great idea. I don't really want to go up there, especially since if I try to climb with my claws, I might snap the rope, and then we'll all fall to our deaths.
Right, then I'm going to entrust you with a really important duty.
Okay.
Tarquin removes his hat and protect
to wear the
hat.
I will put it over the top of my gourd. It fits.
Yeah, because climbing up here with a hat on, it's just gonna blow off and fly off somewhere.
Your hat is super safe with Clapperclaw, don't you worry.
Better be. Otherwise, Clapperclaw will be Clapper no more.
See what you did there. Well, if you do fall to your deaths, what do you want me to put on your tombstones? Or do you want to be cremated, or would you want to be buried, or half and half?
I would like you to I would like to be buried in the Dwarven way. I want you to somehow find a way to create a stone likeness of myself, and I want to be in like a tomb above ground.
Oh, okay.
And I want written on it, Monarch of Witchlight, amazing person, and the greatest swimmer to have ever lived.
Okay, that's a lot. I'll try to remember it.
How about you, Solomon?
Spider noises.
Spider noises. Yes, spider noise.
Remember, my memory's not the best, but...
Okay, and for Solomon, that they solemnly went to their grave.
Got it. It does actually remind me of a memory I once had, as he kind of looks up to the long tether reaching to the floating islands. He says, I'll never forget my grandfather's last words. He said to me before he died, are you still holding the ladder?
Oh, no. That's a little ominous.
Yeah. But don't worry, I'll be down here safe. I won't cut the rope. I'll just steady it. Up you go! And he claps his claws. So, who are you giving guidance to? Do you want to give it to Tanwen or Benzie? It's up to you.
Or
Who's,
Morgott.
Or
who's got
Morgott, yeah, Morgott.
who's got the worst athletics?
Probably
Oh.
Benzie.
Oh god, this is going to be an athletics check, isn't it?
It is. I'll give it to Benzie.
This is going to be fun.
Okay. Alright. I'm quite strong. I will try and go up as well.
Yep.
So I'm gonna have a strength check from Morgott. I only rolled a 9, but 12 is just check. Got the DC. Yep, 12 does it actually. It's not a difficult DC with it being a rope climb. But it does take quite a bit of strength.
Yes.
There you go, Tarquin's fine.
We're rolling athletics.
You are to ascend the vine.
All right.
Natural 20. Well done. That easily target. Tanwen, you're used to climbing up trees, swinging from vines is part of being a ranger in the forest. So you do this deftly and probably even overtake Morgott, who's taking a breather every now and again. Oh, okay. It's not a race, Tanwen, but
No, I'm so happy that we found Peanut a home that I'm still riding that high.
Riding that high as you get up high. Makes sense.
Yes.
okay. The vine is. Oh yeah, we've got to get Benzie out. One sec. So Benzie's got the worst. He's going to use the guidance for sure. Can he get higher than a 2? No, Benzie. I don't think the guidance is even going to help him here. I don't think he get off the. With a 2, I don't even see him getting off the ground. Poor guy. He starts climbing a bit, and he starts slipping. And his little weak forearms have not got enough strength to even rip onto the tree.
Benzie, have you gone up here before?
No. I've seen it.
I mean, you've led us this far. If you just want to wait down here and we'll bring them back, that was kind of the whole thing guiding us to here. So if you want to wait there, that's up to you. Or you can try again. But wait. Well, Tanwen might not.
If my grip is losing, if I'm losing grip down here, the danger is that I lose grip up there, and then I might fall to my.
Yeah, you wait here with Clapclaw and make sure they don't run off with my hat.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's very unlikely that my daughter would be up there anyway, unless a pterodactyl got them or something. I'll just sit here.
Yeah. Sit there. Maybe see if you can find any food around. Makes a little welcome back smorgasbord.
You like mushrooms?
I mean, yeah. I'm good with mushrooms.
All right, I'll see what I can find.
And find me a carrot, I'd appreciate it.
Carrots? Oh, carrots in the ground, right?
Yeah, normally.
Okay.
He starts wandering off. He does do something. He's going to do some foraging. Sorry.
Yep.
Foraging while you guys are on this adventure.
Right.
All right. Up we go. Okay. The ascent up this vine is a little while. Takes a few minutes. The spider has no problem. Gets to the top. Tanwen, as you're climbing up there as well, the two of you can start to hear things. There are this sort of popping noise, and then a zipping sound, and then a sparkle. It's all kinds of strange noises coming from up here, but you can catch them on the wind the higher and higher you get.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the dragonflies and the wasps to be very careful because I don't know what that is and I don't want them to get hurt.
Okay.
So I know they're flying around me, maybe duck into my hood if that looks like lightning.
there was something like a little flash up ahead as well. You can see the colors, bright greens, purples, blues, even a streak of pink, sorry, suddenly soars across the sky.
Oh, I hope those are more pixies or something like the pixies. Because they were really colorful pixies down
I mean,
by the trees.
it could be full mythological warfare.
It does seem a little bit more volatile, that's for sure.
I'm thinking it might be. I'm thinking it might be. We might be seeing the after effects of the war and the magic.
Oh dear. Well, no choice but to keep going up. So,
Again, more strange noises the higher and higher you get. And you can see, as you get to this cluster of rocky earth motes floating nearly 100 feet above the woodland canopy, marvelously suspended in midair, you've made it to the top. And then the flickers of movement between the aisles catch your eye as sunlight and shadow bounce off of the Fae darting between the land masses. This viney tether is sort of wrapped up around a root, and you use that root to lift yourself all the way to the top. And yeah, you look down to the stretching vine all the way to the forest floor, and there's a sense of vertigo as suddenly a fizz and a bang pops near your ear. I'm gonna
I
drag
would
it
like
from your mouth.
to unhook my quarterstaff from my back and just test the ground in front of me as I'm walking, just to make sure that we don't take the longest step.
Yeah, okay. It feels fairly sturdy. You're on one of the
It,
bigger earth motes here.
yeah,
But,
it may feel it, but I just want to make sure that we're not stepping on something that's going to come all the way loose and dump us back down to the ground without you know, any way of surviving except to use our pixie dust.
My curiosity
Okay.
is kind of there. I kind of want to just jump into whatever this is.
the chaos is unfolding as again more colorful streaks, lightning bolts, explosions, all manner of spells are being flung from this way and that. It's difficult to try and discern who's on whose side, but among the flittering creatures you can make out sprites and fairies. Oh, sorry, sprites and pixies. There truly is a difference between the two, it seems, Solomon.
Chitter chitter.
And yeah, do you want to
Spider.
stay in spider form, or do you want to stay in, or do you want to revert back now? You can stay in spider if you like. It's not.
I'll stay in spider for now.
I kind
see
of
what
just
happens.
want to try something, but it might just get all of their attention all at once in a bad way. But it might be a good way.
I'm out of ideas, Tarquin. So if
All right.
I mean, my idea is to stand up and shout stop.
That's actually my idea, but I've got a bit more impetus to it.
Okay, then I will stand ready to help however I can.
All right. Tarquin is going to yell at the top of his lungs. In the name of the Witchlight Monarch, I order you to cease fire.
Roll me a D100, Tarquin. 22. Okay. You do catch the attention of one of the nearby sprites, and flies towards you and says, "A monarch! Get down, Mr. Monarch! Get down!" And he like pushes your head down, and suddenly a big fiery bolt flies over your head and impacts a rock. We got to get the monarch to safety. Get the VIP over to the sprites.
All right, take me to your leader.
Get them to Tarragon. Go, go, go.
God,
We got a
that's...
monarch to protect. And they just sort of do cartwheels. They're firing off bolts in every which way. Quick, this way, this way.
Yep, and these are my associates. They must be protected also. They are very important.
You can't protect all of you.
I'll try.
Protect the royalty first. The others, the collateral. Okay, so we're actually going to go in turn order here, just to make it a little bit easier for me because I know everyone wants to do something right now. Let's begin combat. You can roll for initiative. As soon as this sprite is trying to escort you, you suddenly see a fairy that flutters nearby and goes, "Hey, what makes you think you're in charge of the monarch? You're the one who started this war."
Right, you fairy. I want to speak to your leader and the leader of the sprites. I demand an audience with the pair of you.
What? We're trying to play both sides?
No, I want to try to end this war. So I want to speak to both of you.
End the war? This one's crazy. You must have taken a hit from one of those pixie magic users. The pixies are like, what? More like the sprites try to brainwash him.
And they are just going back and forth, arguing. Solomon, what do you want to do? You're a spider, but you aren't actually safe from the chaos. I need you to roll a d100 at the start of your turn.
I'm
24? Okay,
I'm-
you're lucky.
I'm tiny, and I am hiding out to see where Tarquin goes.
Okay.
Which way?
You're lucky that you are so tiny, as you see overhead more of these strands of energy fly overhead, and they do miss you, so you're actually safe for the time being. You can move if you'd like,
I'm just,
or do you want to just stay put and hide? You can use your
Yeah.
action to hide.
It seems to me like Tarquin's going to be going with the pixies. Pixies?
Okay.
These guys?
The sprites.
The sprites.
That's true. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm just hiding out.
Okay, you can roll a stealth check then for us.
I would if my character sheet would open. I don't know why. As soon as I transformed into a spider, it wouldn't let me. So if you could roll it for me, I've got to reload.
Okay. Shouldn't be too much issue. All right then. Okay, go down to Tarquin. I need a new D100 from you as well.
Yeah.
And because you're like in the middle of these two, I'm actually going to ask you to roll it twice.
Okay.
And basically, we're picking the higher. It's like advantage with this. 57. Okay.
75.
So these two, this pixie and sprite, they're up against you. One's trying to pull you one way, the other's trying to pull you the other way, probably stretching your ears. And then they get heated enough that they launch point blank spells at each other. And as the spells collide, they cause a spray of wild magic to appear in your head. And I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
It was 75, not 57, by the way, just checking.
75, sorry.
I heard you say
Okay.
57, so I was just...
I did say 57. 75. It's the same sort of thing. You can roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh, my charisma. Well, yeah.
Okay. As this wild magic erupts near your head, you are affected by the blink spell. So you're going to be suddenly vanishing in and out of existence as you feel your corporal body get pulled from the world.
God
So
damn
your
it!
turn, I guess roll a d20. We'll see if well, it's at the end of your turn. You pop out, so you can take your turn now if you like.
It's a 9, I don't know. But, Tarquin's just like... Right. I am going to wait over here. And I want both of you to bring your leader to me so I can talk to them.
The leaders can't enter into the no man's land. I'll put them in danger.
Well, if you want to protect the monarch, then you best be quick about it, or you should call a ceasefire whilst negotiations occur.
Don't listen to his lies.
And you see another fiery spell launched at the one. You're in between these two, and they are not cooperating.
Tarquin, just like his hands begin to sparkle with lightning, and he's just like, I'm getting kind of annoyed here.
We need to get you to Carnation. Quick, this way.
And they seem to twist you and pull, and such that they actually turn around on each other. They're like pirouette and turn you in a 180. And now the sprite's on the
Right.
bottom half of you, and the picture's in the top half.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna make you guys a bargain. This here is Tanwen. They are my deputy. I want
Bodyguard.
yes, they are my bodyguard, and I want one of you to take them to your leader, and I'll go to the other leader.
That,
Okay.
or I am going to play Whack-a-Pixie, Whack-a-Sprite.
Yep. So
Because I have had enough
Okay.
of this. You have endangered my monarch, whom I have sworn my loyalty and love to, and if you don't stop, we are going to have an amazing batting season.
and because I know you guys are gonna argue over who gets to take who, you're gonna play rock paper scissors for it.
Oh, Lord. Rock, paper, scissors? What's that? Didn't you mean... Wait, isn't it boulder, parchment, shears?
Yeah, boulder, parchment, shears, whatever. Whoever
Oh, okay.
wins, I'll go with them to their leader, and Tanwen will go to the other.
You can roll me a persuasion check or an intimidation. Honestly, the way Tanwen put it was definitely intimidating.
Okay.
They both agree, but they seem to be both agreeing as if they think that they're the ones getting the special treatment.
I am because that is probably a fail. I'm going to activate my draconic presence to re-roll. So literally, as he's sort of doing this, he just like lets out a growl, activating that draconic power, which for some reason moved on my sheet.
You've made him mad now. Oh my goodness. Y'all
Oh,
you should have agreed when you could have. Your Excellency, Your Highness, please, please do not destroy the islands. Please, please, I beg of you. I'm sure there are innocent people on these islands who deserve to survive.
That went from 7 to a nat 20. That's hilarious.
That growl, it sounds so realistically like a dragon that a lot of the pixies and fairies nearby as well, they stop in their motions and they look around, not at you, but they seem to be like looking around in the air as if trying to spot a nearby dragon that's trying to attack them.
Perfect.
And one of them screams, "No, I think the Jabberwock's back!" And they're like, the Jabberwock's coming! And then they panic, and then they're like, wait, no, false alarm. It's coming from him. And they point down at the small bunny who's stopped the two pixies and sprites. They go, all right, fine. Okay. And they bring out their two little hands and they begin to do rock, paper, scissors. So that'll be happening on their turn. Morgort, on the other hand, let's just roll a quick. Do you want to roll me a D100 for them, Tanwen? This is for Morgort.
Okay.
He's trying to catch up. They're like, oh, that was a long climb. Oh, I'm not used to being this high. 84. Okay. Just when they get to the top, an errant spell suddenly catches them in the mayhem, and they need to make an intelligence save. Good lord.
God.
That's not good for her. But no, 12. On a failed save, they become polymorphed. So it's just when she gets to the top, she's like, oh, I never want to do that climb again. And then suddenly you see her sprout feathers and wings, and her frog-like mouth turns into a beak, and she gets polymorphed into a giant eagle.
Oh.
And as she's doing that, she's like,
Morgoth, your wishes are powerful.
You think I could have flown it all the whole way? No! She gets turned into this hawk, and her speech suddenly transforms as well. You can tell she's annoyed. The fact that she just climbed this all this way and then gets turned into a bird. Like, oh.
That would be annoying. I could have flown.
Yeah. So she's a giant eagle. And let's just grab that. There we go. Polymorph.
Oh.
She goes. My God, she's big as well. Her wingspan's pretty enormous. But there it is. Okay.
Morgoth, can you flutter your wings and see if you can drive up enough wind to blow some of these pixies away from us, not the ones playing parchment boulder shears.
It lets out a eagle-like cry in your direction and doesn't maybe fully understand what you're trying to say, but
Okay.
it sort of hops up next to you anyway, regardless. Tilts its head to one side as if sort of trying to discern what you want them to do. But we'll let you do that on your turn. Tanwen, I need you to roll a D100 for
Okay.
your chaos. 51. That is in. You are just above the safe zone. I mean, just below it, rather. Another 2 spells collide next to you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
That's actually a success. For a moment, you feel your legs beginning to shrink down, and you probably shake it off, feeling like a little twitchy in your feet still, but whatever that effect was, almost turned your legs to like a small jelly stick for a moment. But yeah.
All right, I'm going to stumble around for half a sec and then catch my balance. And I have no idea what that is, but we need to put a stop to this immediately. Okay, then they're still doing the
They're
parchment.
just about to do their turn to do rock paper
Okay.
scissors.
All right. Then I'm going to hold my action.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to officially hold my action until they're done.
All right. Okay. So when it comes to their turn, they are going to do their little back and forth. I'm gonna roll just a 1d3. So this is the pixie. I'm gonna say rock paper scissors, just 1, 2, 3. So they do rock, whilst the sprite next to them gets 1d3. Gets scissors. So the pixie wins and goes, there, finally, some victories. Even if it's so small victories. I mean, we're small, so everything's a small victory technically. And the sprite's like, hey, you cheated. You went after
No,
me. Yeah,
no.
yeah. She took her time with that. She went like a second or 2 slower.
Tarquin
You will,
just
Sara.
glares at them.
Tanwen is glaring as well. She looks at the sprite and says, "Come on, take me to your leader. Take me to whoever is in charge of this madness on your side."
Okay, Tanwen, you can give me either a persuasion or an intimidation check to convince the sprite. The pixie's happy to take Tarquin now, but the sprite seems very upset with its loss.
Ah,
And they say, you can find them yourself. I'm not going to escort you through this battlefield. They're over there. And they point. They do at least point in the direction. And they say, prove yourself a worthy fighter. Only then will Tarragon have an audience with you. And she flies off, trying to evade bolts as she goes.
okay.
Meanwhile,
Is
the
it
creature...
possible to jump? So the little islands up above look like you could jump from one to another to get over to the big island. So,
Yes. So
where
we have
the
jumping rules.
okay,
They're a little bit complicated, but most of the time, if you've got enough strength to do 5-foot jump, should be okay.
okay,
But you can see there are connecting little dots, little dotted islands that are sporadic enough that they might be able to work as stepping stones. Yeah.
okay. Then I'm Tarquin. I'm gonna try to make it to the sprite leader. I will be back as quick as possible, and then my action will be to dash as far as I can. So 5, 10, 15. There's 20.
And yeah, I failed to mention up till
Okay.
now, but there does seem to be some sort of cobblestone surrounding a swirling bluish energy. It's like a pool. It looks like
Okay.
water, but it's more like an energy when you get close enough to it. And Solomon, see what you're trying to do? It's on your turn, though. We'll get to that.
Okay. All right.
So that's
So I've gone 35 feet. Will it be an action for me to jump to this island?
well, you held your action, so I'm going to say that that was your held
Right.
action to continue.
I was dashing.
Yeah,
So if the dash is 60 feet, I just made it to the edge right here, right?
yeah, you'll just
Or
get to the edge, and then
okay.
when it comes back round to you, you can
Okay.
continue your
That's fair
movement.
enough.
So the pixie starts going, "This way, Mr. Monarch, this way!" And they are trying to head upwards. And so on their turn, the pixie just flutters this way. Solomon, you can roll me D100s, and I'll say because you're hiding. What did you get on your stealth actually? Let's have a look.
16.
16?
it
Cool. Then you can roll with disadvantage, which is a good thing for this. We'll pick the
so
lower of the two.
So I'm rolling 2D
100s, yeah.
100s and then in the lower.
So you rolled a 94, 91 and a 45. You're lucky that you're hiding, keeping low to the ground, and in the midst of these blades of grass, you can see spells zipping overhead, but you're able to avoid any complication.
Do I know what kind of spells are being zipped?
It's so dazzling and dizzying that it's hard to make out what one's a which,
Do
but
they look?
it's definitely
Do they
fey
look?
magic.
Do they look like they're damaging spells or?
You can use your reaction to make an Arcana check.
Okay, I'll do that. Like, are they damaging or are they just like
It
polymorphs?
seems to be from that 12. All you can tell, it seems to be a mix. There's so many different colors. You can imagine it's probably a real mixed bag.
I don't feel like they're harmless. They're probably like stuff that's just gonna turn you into stuff, or
I mean, so far you've seen harmless things, but
gonna step into the pool, see what
you
it
are
does.
okay.
I'm just
Solomon, you vanish. You feel like this bubbling sensation around you as your body is literally turned into bubbles, and you appear in a different location, all the way on the other side of a different island. You're over here now. Seems you came out as Nox as well. Yeah, you can be Solomon. For a moment, perhaps you feel like your entire season is being shifted, but you pop back out, kind of all the bubbles re-emerge and turn you back into a humanoid shape. And you see a sprite looking very, very confused, and
Wait, did I pop out as my form, or
you can pop out as a tiny spider still.
what does it take to pop out? Is it an actual
You
action?
just
Or...
drop it as a bonus action, I believe.
I'll drop it, and
Sure.
I'll just hold up the cheese block, and I'm like, I've got the cheese block of power! Just shout it extremely loud so they can all hear.
Okay. Sure. Shout. Give me just a charisma persuasion check.
I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm doing it. Oh, that was a 17. I hate these dice.
The sprite's like, the what? Wait, what is that thing? That's not cheese, is it? It looks like wood to me. And then for a moment, they're like, oh yeah, it is wood. Wait, is it cheese for a treant? Cheese for a dryad? And they're like, no, maybe a sapling. Oh yeah, that makes more sense. And then for a moment, they're actually having a cordial conversation. There's Pixie and Sprite next to each other. And then they're like, wait a minute. And they turn to each other and start firing spells again. So that's a little bit of your movement. You can still move a little bit more if you like. If you like it there, you're good.
I'm just holding it up.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. That's you done. I think we're back to Tanwen. Tarquin.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so D100, I guess.
Yes, please. Shouldn't have deleted your token.
18.
18, you're safe. You managed to follow this pixie, and she wards away any spells protecting you. Like,
Is it that one on top of the hill? Is that where I'm going?
That's Carnation. Go, go, go!
Okay, I think I can get to there with my movement. I could step the wind, but screw that. And I just sort of call out, "Hey, Carnation!"
What?
The Monarch of Witchlight requests an audience, aka me requests an audience.
I can't hear you!
and she's trying to defend herself. These spells are going off. I think you need to get closer.
Right, I'll do that in a bit. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use my action and just dash.
There you go.
Just get up and just be like, hide behind this rock and just be like, "Hi, I'm the Monarch of Witchlight, and I'm here to talk."
The Monarch? The Monarch's come to join the battle!
No, well, sort of, but I want to know what this battle is for and why.
It's turf wars! Pixies and sprites never get along.
Well, surely we can unite against a bigger threat.
Threat? The bigger threat?
I mean, what if the Jabberwock came back?
That is a potential danger. That's why we need to stop casting spells, otherwise it might attract it.
Exactly.
The quicker we defeat the sprites, the better.
Well, what if instead we make peace, unite our forces, and fight against the Jabberwock together?
Fight the Jabberwock? You lost your mind, Monarch? I mean, no disrespect, but...
Or we unite forces, find peace, you stop launching spells at each other constantly, you stop the bloodshed, and you learn to work together. I will help broker a peace deal.
Right. Okay. On your next turn, because I know you, unless you lifted the wind, but
No,
I need a persuasion check as an action.
Okay.
So she's thinking over it, but we'll come back to that, and next turn you can roll that persuasion.
Yeah.
All right. The giant eagle, because they're in the air, I'm gonna roll them twice because they're in a bad place. But somehow, perhaps with the increased agility, aerial maneuverability, they are actually able to just fly, cartwheel, and barrel roll out of the way of these flying, darting creatures. Probably doesn't know where she's going. Maybe she just backs up Tanwen just in case you do fall from this feat that you're about to accomplish. She sweeps in, trying to give you air support. But that's gonna be her go. All right. Tanwen, D100. Uh-oh. Wait, is that 30? That's 35. You're actually okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
No complication this time.
I forgot to roll a d20 at the end of my turn. I'll do that, yeah?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you need to do that, don't you? Oh my god, it's just as you're about to talk, Tarquin, when you vanish.
No! They got the Monarch! Monarch down!
You can hear that shouting in the distance, Tanwen. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I go ahead and leap over to the island?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Let's just check your strength. 13? Yeah, you can make that jump onto this, no problem.
Okay, so I'm on 1. That's 5 feet. Do I get to, does jumping count? Do I need to wait till my next turn to jump to the next little island and then the big island above it?
You can continue your movement until you run out of
5,
movement.
10.
That works.
All right, so that's 20 feet right there.
Yep.
And then, can I tell if it's going to be easier to try to jump to that tree from the little double island below me or from the edge of the big island I'm standing on?
The jumping onto this is going to be trickier. The tree is in the way. It looks like you'll have to either go around onto that island, like you mentioned.
Okay.
And then you've got the branches that then perhaps swing off of as well. But
Okay.
yeah.
Then I will end my turn on the two little double islands below, because that should get me my 30 feet.
Okay. Well, you got an action to dash if you did want to do that as well.
Um, I think I'm gonna hold right here for a second and
Yep.
then try to jump with my next one.
Sure thing. All right. Solomon, give me give me 2d100s.
2?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 2 now
Why 2?
because they're fighting over the wooden block now.
Whatever it is, it's clearly an artifact of great power. It must be protected. Get your hands off of it, Pixie. You'll only curse it.
And now you've got two creatures trying to fight over this little thing right next to you. Thankfully, though, they are too busy trying to fight and have this verbal battle. They're actually not casting any spells next to you, so you get no complication.
I move over this way and I shout towards these two as well. I'm just like, I got the giant's toothpick! Ultimate winning!
Winning?
One of them hears this and rushes over. They're like,
Divert forces to the toothpick!
And I'll get the other one as well.
this one turns and goes,
What are you doing? I didn't give that order. Get back here. Listen to your leader.
I'm just like
and
running about in circles.
We outnumber the pixies 3-1. The toothpick is ours.
I've caused a ceasefire on this side.
oh god.
I'll
But
only give it you if you stop fighting.
Stop fighting. We're fighting over it, aren't we?
Yes, and then you'll win if you get it. So stop fighting.
Wait, we win if we get it, or we get it if we win.
Yes, both.
All right.
So stop
Grab
fighting.
Grab the toothpick. They don't seem to get this at all. These pixies are just bickering amongst themselves. The sprites think that they have the advantage, and they're just pushing forward. But you're at least pulling more of them over to you, I guess. Might be bad for you.
Turn by turn.
Yeah. In fact, just because you pulled one more over, you can give me one more D100.
Oh my god.
That is the goal, right?
Oh, God.
92. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. 2 spells collide, causing a spray of wild magic. And I need... Oh, God. Oh, no. What? You rolled really high. Apparently, as these spells collide, there's this big flash, and you hear this gong kind of block sound across the battlefield. And as that happens, time inexplicably stops for everyone but you and this confused little pixie fluttering next to you, during which you can use your actions and move as normal, I guess.
Again.
This pixie's the only one moving. Everything else has just frozen in place. Like time has paused.
Oh,
What the? What? Oh,
I
by some
told you.
miracle. Oh, thank Oberon. I think Oberon came in and saved me.
I told you. It's the toothpick of ultimate winning.
Oh my! Maybe it's Oberon's toothpick.
No.
Able to
Maybe.
freeze the seasons.
I mean,
Stop time.
I am a part of the seasons.
What should we
Maybe.
do? Everyone's just standing or flying still.
Well, if you go over and grab your allies, I will give you this, and then you win, and you can go home and stop fighting.
Oh, okay. Yes, the toothpick will bring in a new order of peace, a
Yes.
reigning peace that will last.
And then if you guys stop fighting, then they'll stop fighting because they've got no one to fight.
She quickly flutters off and tries to start gathering more of her kind.
It should be pretty easy considering they're all frozen.
Yeah.
Just
She
drag them all here.
drags over two pixies. And yeah, it's everything on you want to do on your extra turn.
I don't know. I'm kind of like the pigs. Am I with the sprites or the pixies?
You're with 3 sprites and 3 pixies.
Wait, I thought they were against each other.
They are.
Oh,
But they're
I guess
frozen.
I guess I'm like all of them. I'm just winging it.
Okay, very
I
good.
have no clue what I'm doing.
No, nor do I, but it's funny.
Uh,
If that's the case, it's as they kind of bring over these pixies, interacting with them seems to suddenly bring them back into motion. And sure enough, suddenly all the zipping and spells resume the chaos.
Listen,
But now it looks like we've evened up the numbers.
if you guys all get along, you get to have this, and you will win over any of your future enemies.
But these are our present enemies.
But they don't have to be.
Well,
Because you can have this.
we have our orders. Attack!
Oh
And
no!
they charge forward, and you're caught right in the middle of the fray, right here. In fact,
No.
because you've got 2 more pixies come over, you can roll me 2 more D100s.
This is fine. This is
Okay.
fine.
What's that?
68 and a 20.
Oh, okay, 68 happens. An errant spell catches you in the mayhem. I need you to make a strength save. As these collide, suddenly roots begin to erupt out of the ground. Oh, I think you're okay though. Yes, you're fine. Thankfully, you avoid getting completely entangled in the spell.
Used to this spell.
Yeah, you actually
No,
completely recognize it as it happens,
I
and
just-
all the fairies and pixies get caught up in it. They're a
guess-
victim of their own hubris.
I guess I just use the rest of my movement to run off with the block and go, I'm winning!
But you step back in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
My plan didn't work, whatever my plan was.
Well, you got them all caught up in a spell, I guess. That works to some degree. And you appear at the very top of the map, popping out of this huge rock formation.
Just
All right.
stood on top, holding it up.
Yeah, you're like right at the very top on like Lion's Pride, yeah. Pride Rock even. Tarquin, back to you. I need a D100.
Well, okay.
Oh god. 71? Oh no, it's 17. You're fine.
Okay.
The pixies, although that's only because you're probably in
Yeah.
another
So
world.
okay, so I'm gonna pop back into reality next to this one, and just whisper in their ear, "Hello, Carnation."
Ah, the monarch's back. Oh my
I
goodness, you scared me.
merely stepped out of reality briefly to have a conversation with higher powers, and they have commanded that this war be stopped.
What? The what? Really?
Yes.
Wait, which higher power?
Titania herself.
She gasped. Tanya, her fiery rage would definitely burn us all if we don't heed her warning. Okay, give me that persuasion check. Hey, that's a success. She seems very wary. Like, I'll call off the pixies,
Yes.
but only if the sprites lay down
Right.
their bows and
Bring
arrows as well.
bring all of your pixies to you, and then my associate will handle the others and get them to lay down their arms. Really? And Tarquin in his head is like, "Please succeed, Tanwen or Solomon, wherever the hell you are."
She lights up a spell in the air. These dancing lights form into sylvan letters that spell out, "All pixies fall back by order of Titania." And you see them all kind of notice this as this fizzing sound erupts across the battlefield. They all begin zooming towards you.
Tarquin sort of just considers this himself, and as he said this, and just thinking in his head, Titania's going to be so pissed if she finds out I've used her name like this.
Yeah. True. Okay.
I've used an archface name to my advantage. I mean, technically, she owes me one because I helped Satalavar, maybe? So I consider this square?
Yeah, potentially. Well, in any case, it's working, and it's calling off the pixies. They're trying to retreat as spells fly over their heads. Meanwhile, a flying Morgort gets 69.
Nice.
2 more spells collide nearby, and she rolls a charisma save. Not good for giant eagles. That's a fail. And she teleports with a random ally within 100 feet. Oh no. She's in the air. You're 50 feet away. Tanwen, you're all in range. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna roll a D3 for this. 1 is Tarquin, 2 is Solomon, and 3 is Tanwen.
I'm hoping.
It's Tarquin.
Okay.
You get swapped with Morgort, the giant eagle, and suddenly you find yourself flapping in the air, almost like doing the same motion they were, and it's a drop. You suddenly feel gravity.
I'm using. Tarquin pulls out his staff and begins to spin it like a helicopter to slow fall and try to get towards this rock here.
Okay. You're probably at that level of the rock, but I will say what you're directly next to is a vine.
I will grab hold of the vine then.
Okay. Give me a dexterity saving throw. You do so. Thankfully, using the slow fall, you're able to sort of just glide towards it, and then your actual bow staff kind of gets tangled up in the vine and catches it for you, and you're hanging and dangling by it. But yeah, you managed to stop yourself from falling to the death. That was actually one of the worst. To swap with a flying creature is bad.
Yeah.
We come back to it.
Luckily, it was the monk who got to swap.
Oh god. Back to you, Tanwen. You need to roll a D100.
Okay.
63. Okay. That is something. 63 is... Oh no. Okay. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. A save.
They're retreating.
Dexterity.
We have them on the run.
Give them everything! Finish them! And as they say that, they order a fiery spell to fire forward and ignites some of the nearby turf and terrain. Thankfully, you're able to see this coming, and you're actually able to dodge and leap out of the way. But this island ignites on fire, and you have to dive right now, or else.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to make it to the big island. Do I need to roll another dex save to make it, or?
I think with your standing leap, you can make it. Yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna try to make.
You roll a natural 20. I'll allow it to all be in one fluid motion. You leap and swing from the branch and land onto the platform.
Okay.
Probably right in front of this sprite, who seems to be the one giving the orders.
Hi, I'm Tanwen. We've not met, but my monarch is negotiating right now with your counterpart to stop this war, at least for a moment, so everybody can talk. I need you to call your troops back. You can see that the pixies are retreating, so we need y'all just to fall back for a minute until everybody can talk.
Oh, that explains why they're cowardice. I thought they were just running out of fear. Well, so wait, the day isn't ours?
I think the day can be everybody's, but we need to stop the fight for just a long enough for us to talk this through and decide. You never know when it may be that the whole war is yours if we can talk it through right. But we need to stop the fight long enough for everybody to be able to meet safely.
Okay, roll a persuasion check. And I'll say because there is an obvious sign of retreat from the pixies, that I'll say you can do this with advantage. You didn't need it. You're good. You make your case very well. And the sprite seems to put their hands on their hips and go, "Ah, well, we're just getting into it as well. Ah, well, we gave him a good run. Sprites, come back. Wait,
And may I say, your wings are absolutely beautiful. They look like my dragonfly's wings. They are absolutely gorgeous. Do you want to see
he
one of
kind of
my dragonflies?
he sort of blushes slightly and says, "Oh, yeah, sure, sure."
So I'm gonna say, dragonflies, can one of you come out so the sprite can see you? And have a dragonfly on my hand. That is, and say, my dragonfly's wings are as pretty as your wings. I love dragonfly wings. I think they're just amazing. Do you love your wings?
Wings are the best. Wings are like uh, they're just they're allowed us to be free.
I agree. I think wings are absolutely amazing. And one day my dragonflies may even teach me how to fly or may help me fly so I get to feel what y'all feel.
He seems to be lost in this conversation as the spells die down. The sprites are trying to retreat. Some of them are stuck in a tangle spell though, and they're like, Paragon, help us! Ah. And they're like, "This is your fault. You're the one who got us stuck in here." Ah, and one of the sprites like, "Screw it, I give up." And the pixie's like, "Good, because I'm about done too." And they just seem to be huffing and puffing and stuck in this entangle spell, all roots around their wings and their arms. They can't move in there, but they have stopped fighting. And I guess with that, we can end combat. Or you ended the combat.
Solomon just is at the top here, just going, I've got Oberon's toothpick. I'm the winner.
One of the sprites huddles over towards Tarragon and says, uh, Tarragon, what do we do about the toothpick? And you see him sort of whisper back to him and says, that's a skirmish for another day. Don't worry, I'm already drawing up battle plans for the toothpick. Operation, uh, oper- Operation Pick Apart. Yeah. Anyways, oh, all right. Ceasefire. I would pause all these spells, but it would take a moment. It would take a moment to pause all of them. Mm-hmm.
Tarquin, are you okay?
Yes, sort of. Morgoth, as I realise you're a giant eagle right now, if you wouldn't mind coming give me a lift, I would appreciate it.
I'm gonna have to come off the island the back way. The island I was standing on caught fire. So I don't know that I can get to you quickly, but
Nah,
I
I'm
will get
just gonna
back
get a
over as
lift from
fast.
Morgoth. If you could bring your leader person over to this big central island, and I'll get the other one, and we can have a peace talk.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna see if I can get him to come over. I'm not sure the best way to do that, but I will.
I mean, I can
We'll
get
figure a way
Morgoth.
back
I
over.
can get Morgoth to pick you up once they've dropped me off.
That's not a bad idea.
Okay. Morgoth, over to that main island, like where we started off. Here, Rish will do. Tarquin just for the points.
Okay. All right. They start to fly you that way. You can move your token freely now.
We Right. And then...
The peace and quiet allows you to actually communicate over the long distances of over the battlefield. Thankfully.
Alright. Carnation, Tarquin, over here, please.
Morgoth, Morgoth, can you come get me?
It lets out a little cry and starts hovering over, and it
Okay.
doesn't last long. It seems as Morgoth gets you in its talons, one of the pixies dispels them.
Okay.
Oh,
What was that? Okay.
yeah.
Um, I wanted to say I had this vision of me, kind of running off the edge of the island and jumping on the back of the eagle. Just, but talons work just fine too.
I like to think you ran off, went to jump on the back, missed, and they had to catch you.
Okay, I will take that. Thanks, Morgoth. That would have been bad if you hadn't caught me. Thank you very much.
I was acting on instinct alone, I think.
How was being
Well,
an eagle?
I appreciate your instinct. Thank
I
you.
I felt like a bit too feathery for my liking, but it was nice to have the wind on my back.
So what you're saying is if we do get you transformed again, you want to be some sort of scaly flying thing like a dragon.
Oh, that would be wondrous.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind for future times. Maybe if Solomon or Tanwen get more powerful, they continue into maybe a giant bat. Would a giant bat be cool?
A bat would be cool, leathery and
Yeah.
less. Well,
I'm trying to think of something lizard-like, because I think they might only be able to do animals, and the dragon's kind of not. So
Tarragon and Carnation begin to flutter down, giving each other evils.
right. Right. Well, greetings, everyone. My name is Tarquin. I am the Witchlight Monarch. We are the Carnival Cards. We do have a subdivision of Dragon Incorporated, but they're currently not here with us at the moment. This is Morgoth, the Knight of Cards, and and Solomon, our accountant, legal expert. That's the one. So,
Seasonal legal expert.
yes. So obviously you've been having this fight going. It's been going on for a while, and I know you naturally don't get along. Is that all this is over, or is there some underlying cause? I'm here to understand and help try to mediate a solution that is best for everyone.
Well, it all started with, and then they go, no, let me speak first.
Right. We're going to do this the way we did earlier. The two leaders, you can play bold parchment shears. I will make sure there is no cheating, and that will decide who talks first. Is that fair?
Fine.
Gonna vote for all. So we get Boulder versus. They win in the same fashion again. Boulder beats Cheers once again.
What the? They're using the same tactic again? I should have predicted this.
Right. Okay, so they've won. So you can speak first, and no interruptions. I want to hear their point, then I'll hear your point.
Thank you. Well, as I was saying, there's not much left down there that's, well, this used to be our favorite location. We'd come up here, but then then Scabatha got in charge, and there's been a flying terror in the sky. No doubt everyone's heard of the Jabberwock.
Yep. I look forward to punching you on the nose one day.
And so we were fine until that thing showed up. And then the sprites made it even worse. I don't know why they're here. This has been ours
for ages.
Okay. Can I roll an insight check to see how much truth there is in what they've said?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they seem to be telling the truth. As far as they're aware, this is
Okay.
their home. They call it their home at the very
Right.
least, as far as they're aware.
Right. Thank you, Carnation. And now you, Tarquin. What's your story?
Well, I can tell you now that's completely wrong. I, Tarragon, and the rest of my sprites had this land before the pixies, but then that Jabberwock showed up, and so we fled. And we left this place for a while, but down below, the thithers started to succumb to some sort of blight. And growing desperate for unspoiled land, we flew up here.
Okay.
We came back to our home, hoping,
So,
I know the Jabberwock's bad, but like it's still better than Redcaps, Tin Soldiers, and all that down there.
right. So, what I understand is both of you like this area up here. You feel it's safer. And you both think you have the rights to this land. Is that correct?
They both simultaneously like, yes, yeah.
Right. And the big problems are Scabatha and her lot and the Jabberwock.
Yes.
So if they were dealt with, or at least Scabatha was dealt with, which I assume will get rid of the Jabberwock because I think they're linked, and you could go back to doing whatever you want to do, would that be what you'd want?
Wait, who gets the island?
I think
Why can't you share?
I was going to say share, but obviously you guys don't get along, and I get that. Sometimes people will just rub you the wrong way. So how about we have a rotational basis? So the sprites can have it for a little bit, then the pixies will have it for a little bit, and then it'll rotate back, and that way you each get time up here. You can have it. We'll call it a timeshare.
What? What's
Or
time? Time is a little bit,
there's two big
vague.
islands. You can timeshare the big islands. One of you can have the one we're standing on now for a period of time, and the other one gets the other island, and then you'll switch.
What's keeping the islands in place?
Nobody knows really for sure. The islands have always been floating. I think maybe Zybilna is the only one who knows the secret to that.
Right, so time obviously isn't a good thing. So
Carnation speaks up in response to that and says, "Well, I heard Titania's ordered the ceasefire, which means Titania must be in charge of this. And as the Summer Court, it makes sense that we pixies own the islands during the summertime, and the sprites can have it during the winter." And the sprites like, "What? The coldest? We wouldn't want to be up in the air when it's cold."
well, how about you can have it. Right, we'll do it this way. So
Spring and autumn and
yeah.
summer
So
and winter.
one of you gets summer and winter. One of you gets spring and autumn.
Solomon, that was an excellent suggestion.
Yes, very good, Solomon. Excellent. This is why you're our legal counsel and our seasonal legal counsel. So this is kind of your thing.
Seasonal legal. They seem to no. They don't really have any like contested ideas against this. They seem to just be pondering it and letting it hang in the air for a moment. But they don't contest this.
Or
To show that we are here on behalf of the higher powers, as Tarquin said, I pass along Oberon's toothpick,
Oh.
and to these I pass along dried petals These are dried petals from Titania's secret garden. She wanted you to have them for your hard work.
Could you roll me a deception check,
Oh my
Solomon?
god, Solomon, you're pulling some of this. Oh, this is amazing. I'm loving this.
Really spicing it up, but
I have -1 in deception.
Guidance
no.
yourself.
Yeah, I'm just crunching leaves. I'm like nervous right now. Come on, come on, come on.
Crunch
Yes!
the leaves. Crunch
Yes!
the leaves. They are all in absolute awe of the doorstop right now, and they don't seem to question a single word that comes out of your mouth as you show it to everyone. And you did a little parade of this around them.
Giving them the dried petals from Titania's secret garden.
Yeah, they seem to
Alright.
be
So
enraptured by this.
So to carry on fighting after
Bless
this,
the land.
yeah, exactly. And to carry on fighting would be to go against the orders of your higher up.
We cannot fight on holy ground.
Oh, God.
Exactly. This ground is now declared sacred in the name of the. What's the name? I can't.
Oberon and Titania.
Yeah, but I was trying to think of the name of the actual court because it's the Summer Court and the Sealy Court.
Mm.
It would be unseelie to continue fighting here.
You see the sprites putting away their bows and arrows. They respect this as absolute law.
I am
Amazing.
so glad that this is an alternate story because otherwise I think we're going to get destroyed by the Archfate.
Yeah.
We're just going to accidentally go to the Summer Court and Titania's just going to be like, I hear you've been using my name in vain. Just like kill us on the spot. It's like, well...
Yeah, Oberon might be a little bit more lenient in that you were carrying out his will perhaps unknowingly in settling this.
Yeah, I'm biting my cheek trying not to laugh at all this.
You've got to think of it this way. Only Yarnspinner would name drop them.
Yep.
True.
Yes. So we have achieved an accord in terms of peace between the two sides. Are we agreed upon this?
Peace for all fey kind.
Yes.
Holy ground is sacred ground.
Yes.
Blessed by the crunchy leaves.
Yes.
We
Perhaps...
respect the icon of wooden cheese.
Yes.
And humbly resign our efforts to taking over the islands.
So y'all are going to share them?
We will be back in spring. Don't you forget, pixies. Enjoy your little summer vacation. And we'll be around.
You see the sprites fluttering away.
Wait, no. We said that spring and autumn, so you'll be back in autumn.
Oh, we'll be back in autumn. Don't you worry.
Yes.
But spring's when the real party is.
Yes. Right. So, Carnation, I hope you like this thing. I honestly think maybe you got the better deal. Whilst you also have the cold month, you also have the best month. So, best season.
Yeah, we'll make the most of it.
Yeah. Anyway,
hold on. Why are you guys up here anyway?
we came up.
Yeah, apart from stopping the war.
We came up here for two reasons: to end the conflict and declare this truly the holy ground of Titania and Oberon, but also we require the excrement of the Jabberwock, and we believe there might be some up here.
Really?
Yes.
Ridiculous. You came to collect poop?
Yes, because... And I've got a rumour for you. I know you like rumours. We're going to use it to sneak into Scabathas.
Oh. Oh, now that's a secret right there.
Yeah.
Don't let the butterflies hear you. They're gossips.
They really are. They always let things slip.
Never trust a butterfly with a secret.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
Well, there's stuff. There is stuff around. You just have to sniff it out, you know.
now, if you could point us in the right direction, that would be helpful.
Before we go, Tarquin, what are those blue pools? I mean, that we're standing next to. Is that water or Carnation?
Well,
What are those pools for?
they're teleporters.
Think.
Solomon goes
Really?
on one and vanishes and appears. Whoa! Sorry, he
No.
gets flung off the island. There you go. Solomon does appear out of one and into another island. Oh my
Do
god,
they
up he goes.
do they only transport amongst the islands, or is there a pool down below that we could transport to?
I think it's just the islands.
Well, this might make searching for
Mhm.
Jabberwocky poop a lot faster.
Yes.
Are there any penalties or any price we have to pay for using the teleportation pools?
No.
Yes.
You go
The,
crazy.
the fact there are 3 of them should have been your hint that this island was sacred ground. But 3 is one of the magic numbers.
Oh,
It's not
you're
as
right.
powerful as 8, but it's still pretty powerful.
We totally forgot about that.
The rules come in 3s, the hags come in 3s, you know. The fairy types come in 3s to some extent because they're sprite, pixies, and fairies.
True. What about fairy dragons? Do they count?
Well, there's 7 of those, so they probably don't count. They're weird. Actually, or is there 8? Is there 7 or 8 fairy dragon colors?
Good question.
Your Majesty, should we look for the Jabberwocky
Yes, we should.
scat? And
Yes.
then, Your Majesty's had a very long day. Do we want to ask if we could make camp and rest here for a little bit since it's safer up here?
That would, well, I would. It's both safer and more dangerous up here, but yes, that would we be okay to rest in the holy ground? I realize it's currently under your guard stewardship at the moment, Carnation, so don't want to be
You are
presumptuous.
allowed respite in the holy ground of the floating isles.
Excellent.
And quick question. You say there's 7. What if there's a secret 8th fairy dragon that we don't know about?
That I bet there is, and I bet you, because obviously fairy dragons are fae, but I bet the 8th one's an archfey, and there's only one of them.
Oh.
Because they're the oldest, they're the mother of fairy dragons. After all, you've got Bahamut, you've got Tiamat, so the fairy dragons must have their own one.
Oh my. I think you're right.
Yep.
Maybe it's a fairy dragon, like he's fair
Yeah.
to all of his dragons. Or her dragons.
Tarquin just go, wouldn't it be funny considering like Xaxx can't remember things if he was secretly the fairy dragon god?
As he just doesn't remember.
Yeah.
He is quite fair.
And that's why he's so tied to the moon, because of its beauty. And the final colour is moonlight.
Alright. Don't give Chris ideas.
Oh, this is all good. Fable Rise is writing this down right now. I mean, Yarnspinner.
Yeah.
That's Yarnspinner coming up with like side column notes. Like,
Your Majesty, do you want to make camp while I look for the scat, or do you want to, for all of us, maybe to wind down, take a bit of a walk?
Tanwen, you are our bodyguard, but you are also our most trusted ranger. So, and I believe between you and our seasonal legal expert, you will be able to find all the scat we require. Okay. Meanwhile, me and Morgoth will set up camp.
Okay.
I'm basically leaving the nature stuff to the nature experts.
Except I don't have proficiency in nature.
I know, but do you have proficiency in survival?
Yes.
There, that's probably what you need.
All right. Well, Solomon, let's take a walk together. How do you use that transporter again? Teleporter?
You
I'm
dive
actually
in.
good.
You
Don't
dive
mind
in
doing that.
head
That
first or feet first?
See.
either?
Either, yeah, it works.
All right. And do you pick? Do you have to think about which one you want to go to, or does it automatically take you somewhere?
That one should take you over to that one, but I guess if you go in head first, then you'll come out of the other one head first.
Okay. All right. Well,
We can make it.
alley-oop.
Hold on. We're gonna make this work now, actually. Teleporter for what's it called? Floating hours. Okay. Can't spell isle. Isle. That's better. Okay. Alright. So I'm gonna make that. Paste here. You should be able to step off of it and jump back on it now.
Okay. Alley-oop.
As,
Ooh,
Yep.
as,
It's
she-
random.
that's cool.
as
Okay.
she's saying that, I'm just like, although there's a sandpit over here that could have been used as a litter dog, she's gone.
All right. I'm gonna search my island and see if I see anything.
Yeah. Okay then. If you'd like to
Uh,
give me either a perception or you can use survival to sort of
I'm gonna use
begin.
perception. That's a better roll for me.
Um,
I would like to use one of my luck feats.
yeah. Go ahead.
So, lucky. I'd like to use
Roll
the
your roll.
ability.
Okay.
And,
14.
and
18.
8. Oh, you got some guidance too. Okay. That definitely changes it all up. Well, hold on. So Tanwen's re-rolled and got a 22. Fantastic. And you've got 18 in total with your guidance. Okay. Tanwen, as you're looking around, just not seeing anything at first, and then by some sheer luck, the wind changes direction. The winds of fate, perhaps, suddenly shift, and you smell the the sulfurous stench of nearby dung, and it is revealed to you on that map up there. Meanwhile, Solomon, where are you?
I'm sorry, I don't see it.
You should. You just gotta look a little closer.
Oh, okay, let me zoom in.
It's somewhere around this area. You can smell it. It's nearby.
Um,
Solomon, you don't actually see any down here on this island,
Okay.
but you can keep searching. But you kind of rule out this whole island. Doesn't seem to have any on it.
Someone's got this one, so I'll go to this one.
is
Okay.
is it supposed to be the what look like little crystals or rocks?
No, it looks like a big pile of dung.
Like in a
Like
very
Mr. Whitman.
almost anime sort of way.
Is there any on this
I don't
island?
see it. I really don't.
Try looking up.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Yes, I see. I thought you said it was on my island, so I just
Near
need
enough.
to jump. And thank God I have a sack.
Yes,
Um,
otherwise you'd have to pick this up on your hands and it'd be disgusting.
yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna use one of the sacks I have
hmm
and scoop it into a sack.
Okay.
So inventory,
You can write Jabberwock dung on your inventory. And Solomon, do you want to give me a new perception check?
I'm gonna do a new one.
Yeah, it's a new one. But each different islands, different perception checks.
I probably doesn't matter, but yeah, sure, guidance.
Okay.
I got a
10.
10.
You can smell some, but you can't see any.
I follow
Like,
the smell.
it seems as though that smell gets wafted away and taken this way and that by the you're up awfully high, so the wind does seem to whip around. You don't get a a good bead on it.
Now that I
But,
know there's some here, can I investigate the island?
I mean, you're looking. Don't see any anywhere near the mushrooms. That's you check under the underbrush. Not seeing any there. I'm afraid you kind of left to wander around for a bit. Morgott would jump through in a second.
Did he poop in the portal?
Mhm.
Oh, he did. Wait,
Did you
that's
just call
Morgott.
me poop?
No,
Good. What are you wandering around for? You're supposed to be looking for this poop.
there's some on this island. I just don't know where.
Let me see if I can sniff it out. Give me some crunchy.
Can I give him?
Give,
Give me
give me some
some
crunch. Give me some Captain Crunch.
Give me some crunchy.
That is actually a success. 15 is what you needed. She says, it's right here. How could you miss it? It's covered in moss, but maybe it's always that color.
What?
You see it? Oh
Okay.
man, it's a big dollop.
Yeah, I get across.
Right, oh no, you land on the island and your feet kind of come squelching into it.
That's fine. I summon up a few guidance to get crunchy leaves, and I just ball it up into a big crunchy leaf ball of poop.
Yeah, it's not holding together. I mean, I guess the leaves do stick to it.
Yeah, I'm just creating. I'm like a dung beetle creating a ball.
Oh. Nice.
But instead of it being a poop ball, it's got a layer of. It's like a Ferrero Rocher.
Great imagery. Thanks for that. All right, you get your special chocolate treat wrapped up and transported. All right, so there's got to be at least some more. You reckon? I mean, as Tarquin was saying, 3 is a magic number, and this is magic poop. So,
All right. Well then, am I close enough to shout to Solomon? No, I'm not.
you are. There's no more battle raging on, so you could shout to him now.
Okay. Solomon, where are you?
I'm over here.
Okay.
See
All
them
right.
waving on the southern island.
I found some, and I'm gonna try that third island down there, the big one that the sprites were on initially.
This one. Pointing over
Hang
here.
on. Alley-oop. Oops. Alley-oop. There we go. All right. So, did you find any here?
Yes, and I'm just holding up the Ferrero Rocher.
Yes. I've got some in a sack. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go back if you want to keep looking here. I'll go back to the big island. Unless you see.
Where that island?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's a
I didn't
flower.
find
Sometimes,
any on this island.
okay. Well, I see a flower over there. Sometimes flowers grow with extra fertilization. Um,
Mm-hmm.
okay, all right. So nothing's here. So let's go back to the other island. Alley-oop.
Okay.
Okay, and then let's go this way.
Solomon, you want to give me a new perception
Yeah.
check? So you look out over these dotted little scraps of islands.
With crunchy leaves.
Yep. You spot one. Unmistakably. There's a big dollop just coming into view.
I'm guessing. Oh,
There
there.
it is. Yeah.
Do.
No, you're right. On the cloud. There's a flower growing out of that.
Oh, I was right.
Hmm.
Can I pick the
And
flower as
then,
well?
Tanwen, you can also give me a perception check.
Sure. Let me scoot back up to where I am, and
Might get
then
extra.
skills.
I mean, you got a good portion now, like three lots. And
Uh,
you look around.
I'm gonna go ahead and use another luck point
Okay, yeah, sure.
because we have we're about to have a long rest. So all right, skills, perception. That
Ah,
didn't work. I'm not finding anything here.
no, sadly not. Looks like this was a battleground, and that that island got like set ablaze. Maybe it spread to other islands and just burnt away the dung. Who knows?
Your Majesty, I was able to collect one dollop of the scat.
Can I assess this flower as well?
Assess the flower, yeah.
Because if there's
Yeah,
been, if if this is fertilizer for a special garden for a hag, then surely this is a special flower.
sure. Roll me a nature or
Or
if you have a herbalism kit, you could use that as well.
I do have a herbalisms kit.
Yeah,
However,
whichever you prefer. I mean, I think it's probably the same, right? Are you proficient in nature?
no.
No, you're not. Okay, yeah, use the herbalism kit with intelligence. So +1 instead.
Oh, sorry.
20, still damn good.
I
Alright,
did
you can
say
roll
so.
me a D100. We'll find out exactly what this is.
23.
23.
No, I mean technically it was 23 because I had guidance.
Oh, right. The
41.
D1. 41. Okay, quite fitting. This is known as skunkweed. It's a strange kind of lotus that smells awful. It might have been because it grew out of the dung, but it seems like this is a flower that you well recognize with that 23. This is extremely bitter in taste, but it can actually be used to treat many infections. So it acts like an antitoxin.
I'm sure Xaxx will love to eat this. I'm sure he'll somehow get high in some way off this skunk weed.
Sure. For now, it's going on your inventory.
Hey, did you find another dollop of this stuff?
Yeah, I pull out 2.
Wow, you did
So we-
really well, Solomon.
So we've got
So-
3 of the stuff, so that's the magic number. Unless there's 5 more, I think that's probably it.
Do we need to go kill the Jabberwock now?
No, we shouldn't need to fight the Jabberwock yet, or at all, potentially.
Well, I will be honest, I was kind of hoping that the Jabberwock snatched up Peanut's mom and dropped her somewhere that we would find, but I'm glad that we found Peanut a home.
Yeah.
If we can't find Peanut's mom.
Um,
And they seem like a nice bear couple.
yeah, Carnation, obviously, you've seen the Jabberwock, right?
Oh, yeah.
Has it been past recently carrying a bear?
Bear? I haven't seen it, like, very recently.
Okay.
Yeah, this would have happened
If it-
just within the past day.
If it got itself a meal, I doubt it would have come to the floating islands to eat it.
Where would it have gone, do
Yeah.
you think?
Wherever its lair is.
Any
We've never been
ideas?
brave enough to follow it. We've just seen it fly into the clouds, into the mist that sort of separate the realms of
Mm.
Thither and Yon.
Which means it's probably not even from here. Which means
it may not be Skabatha's creature.
Yeah. It's probably Is it Nightshade, the third one?
Moongrave.
Moongrave. Probably Moongraves. Huh. I wonder if they all have some sort of big pet like that. I mean, we didn't see one back where we were. I mean, they had the giant snake, but that's nothing compared with Jabberwock, so...
Roll me an intelligence check, Tarquin, because you were one of the characters who actually saw something.
Okay, intelligence check. Oh, God. Dice. 9.
You know that she does construct things. You remember her workshop?
Yeah, she
Wow.
did have the constructs, and there was obviously the thing in the water, but I doubt that would be enough of a threat to stop all of the bullywugs, so there might be something bigger or worse in there.
Do you remember what was in the workshop?
In the workshop, there was the skeletal, like, head of, like, something. I think it was like a deer or something.
Okay, yes, you do remember something. And that sounds like it fits with the 9. You remember something, but it was only perhaps a portion of a bigger thing, maybe. Like, it clearly wasn't complete.
Perhaps.
And being the Bavlorna is one of the laziest hags you've ever seen. You don't even see her cleaning up her own dishes. There's a potential maybe she's fallen
Perhaps
behind.
they do all have something, but perhaps Pavlona just hasn't built hers yet.
Let's hope it never comes to fruition.
Yes, but that also means if the Jabberwock is Moongraves, then it means that Nightshade, it means that Skabatha has something. But...
maybe. We will be ready for whatever they throw at us.
Anyway, we're gonna rest up here, I guess. I couldn't ask one of you to deliver a message for me. Could I just ask one of them?
Sure.
So down at the bottom of this line, which we used to climb up to get here, there should be a goblin by the name of Benzie and this little like scarecrow thing with like claws. If you could just tell them we'll be resting up here tonight and just to or for a bit and just to stay safe, that'd be great. Thank you.
And we did not find Benzie's daughter up here.
Yeah.
Or you could turn me into an eagle.
Yeah, or you could turn him into an eagle and he can pick them up and bring them up here if they want.
Gotta learn how to do it somehow.
I can try. Let's see. She whips up some magic, aims it in your direction, and flings it, more like flicks it towards you. You can roll me a D100.
This isn't even a guaranteed thing.
No. Oh
85.
my lord. Are you kidding? That is literally it. No, I'm not even kidding. That is literally it. You turn into a giant eagle.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Earlier, like when I rolled it for Morgul, if you scroll back up,
Yeah.
she rolled between 85 and 86, and that is a giant eagle. Can't even believe that. That is incredible. You got a 2 and 100.
Without even saying anything to anyone or even those down there, I go down and I just grab them both in my talons and bring them up.
So shocked at that. That's insane.
So yeah, I go
So
grab them both.
we hear screaming getting closer and closer. Ah!
Yep, pretty
Yeah,
much.
they probably do scream a little bit. Benzie's like, I'm being attacked! Ah! And Clapperclaw's like, this is fine. I accept my fate. But yeah, nonetheless, they do get plopped back up here. Let's see if I can put their tokens down.
I can't believe that.
That was incredible. Yeah, it literally like I put it in the chat so you can see.
Yeah.
85, bam, right on the money. Wow. Okay, well then, yeah, they're all up here now. I'll just get the token in a minute. For now, you're resting. You can set up any little camp you like, anything you do to begin your ritual to sleep.
Yep.
Am
But
I
now
rest-
that Clap Claw's up here, I request my hat.
Oh yes. Here you go. Kept it safe.
Thank you. And after all, this is the crown of the Witchlight Monarch, and he puts it back on.
You know, I was just in the middle of collecting berries or mushrooms for you.
Well, we're going to rest up here now, so it's safe. We've stopped the war.
Yeah, you're standing on holy ground.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
It's all holy ground. You're fine, Benzie. You have my permission to be up here.
There's nowhere I can stand.
He jumps off the edge. No, he says,
There was something I saw down there, by the way. I
Any...
really got a moment.
Sure.
What did you see?
Well, I went by now down to the fairy ring, yeah, the mushroom ring,
Yeah.
curses, and the craziest thing happened. Oh, right. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I was pausing for suspense. There were these red-skinned hobgoblins. They came out. They had swords and bows. They looked like they had just come back from a raid or something. They had sacks over their shoulders, and I could hear the clinking of gold and treasures that they had accumulated. They just appeared out of the fairy ring. Just poof!
That's not good at all.
Mushroom ring. Goodness.
Did they see you?
No, I stayed hidden.
Good. That's really good, Benzie.
They were. Plus, they didn't look like they were on the lookout. They were like cheering and they were in some sort of revelry like mood. They had just won a battle or something.
But did they look like the pirates?
Yes, the hobgoblins are the pirates.
Then that would potentially mean that they've complete. But why would they go by the fairy ring and not by their cool airship?
Oh, goodness, I almost forgot. The last figure that came out of the mushroom ring. He was terrifying. He had a full armor and a shield strapped to his back, but in one hand he wielded a flaming sword. It was terrifying.
That's impressive.
He scorched the ground as his boots trod on the nearby flowers, and then he put it out. He put it out on one of the mushrooms, and it screamed.
That's dastardly.
Wait, one of the mushrooms of the mushroom ring?
He extinguished his sword on one of the mushrooms, and the mushroom screamed.
Did the mushroom survive?
It just let out a terrible, terrible yelp.
I'm wondering if maybe he was trying to destroy the mushroom ring so they can be followed.
Maybe. Whatever the case, he was a dreadful knight to behold. His shield had this horned skull on it, and helmet his helmet was very iconic. It had like bat wings on the side, spikes on the top. And I couldn't see his face. It was like a full helmet, but I could make out those burning, baleful eyes inside.
Well, that sounds like someone I don't want to fight. Well,
no, and I'm glad we're staying up here tonight, Your Majesty, because I feel a little bit safer. But I do think we need to set up a watch schedule, just to make sure that everybody that nothing sneaks up on us in the middle of the night.
Agreed.
And I know that Solomon just needs to meditate for 4 hours, so I'm happy to take the first watch. And Morgot, can you take the second watch?
Of course.
Okay, and then I know your Majesty's suffered a lot tonight, so maybe you should sleep through the evening and see if you can regain your health and your strength.
I will take that. I do enjoy a good nap. And Tarquin just sort of looks around and just goes, Carnation, where would you say on this particular island is the best place to sleep? What's the best spot?
Mm, I'd say either the one you're on right now or the one that's kind of nestled at the top.
I kind of like right here because I like the rocks that are above us. That would give us a little bit of advantage,
Yeah,
a little
I'm
bit of high
thinking.
ground, so that we could see what's
Mhm.
going on.
Yeah.
How would it feel to sleep in perpetual motion?
Um, you're going to have to elaborate.
I'd start trancing in the teleporter,
Oh my goodness.
and it just just keep going round.
So-
Solomon, somebody else might need to use a transporter today, so maybe that's not a good idea.
Oh wow, you dragged in and then got teleported back. That was crazy. Oh, you did it again. Whoa. That is actually what's happening. You're getting basically perpetually teleported on the spot.
It's like the Portal game.
Oh my god. Did you not get You've given me a headache now. Either way, if it's relaxing for Solomon, then sure. You can go ahead and stay inside your strange deprivation chamber, I guess.
Just constantly whizzing around.
Yeah. Keeps him occupied at the very least. And you begin settling down for what you hope to be a long rest. And we're gonna have a couple of perception checks from everyone.
I get advantage because I'm seeing from everywhere.
Or disadvantage because you're getting dizzy. I don't know. Maybe that equals out and you get flat. That makes sense.
On for each of our checks, I'm guessing.
17, pretty good.
Wait, there's more.
There's always some crunch.
Yeah,
18.
18. I'm seeing so well from these portals when it comes to my turn, because
Sure.
I'm third.
You're third, okay. You set
Yeah.
up 3 watches or 4?
Yeah,
3.
Tanwen,
Okay.
Tanwen,
great.
Morgott, and
I'm
then
yeah, I'm first, Morgott second, and
Mhm.
then Solomon's third because Solomon only needs to trance for 4 hours.
Gotcha. All right then. So Tamwin, on your turn, you see that there are um, perhaps you see the sprites kind of all coming back. They come to like salvage a couple of their arrows, and then they fly off sneakily. But it doesn't seem like the pixies mind them too much now that the war's been called off.
And
And
I can understand scavenging arrows, so
yeah, exactly. Yeah, makes perfect sense to you. Can't keep making new arrows; they're just more work. So they come in, they flutter around, and then try to sneak out again without being caught. But you do spot them, and they're like, shh, put their fingers up to their lips, and then they flutter away. And other than that, you do see them sort of swarming together and picking out a spot down in nearby thither. And you
okay.
sort of see them come to rest somewhere near the mountainside. But
Okay.
they don't look too happy about it, perhaps. Probably still deciding what to do. Um, Other than that, though, not really much happens on your watch.
Okay. So then I'll go wake up Morgott and I'll tell Morgott exactly what I saw and then let her know it was a quiet watch, but what I saw, and then I'll probably just go bed down by Tarquin.
Morgul lets out a long, froggy yawn, and then rubs her eyes and starts to look out into the horizon. Um, Nothing happens on her watch, or nothing that she spots, at least.
Mhm.
And she kind of nudges Solomon awake, or you come out of your trance and finish that. And Morgoth just collapses back into a sleeping bag. You're up, Solomon. Your eyes on the skies. And she falls asleep. Solomon, as you're spinning around, watching all angles from all directions, something
Whee!
does catch your eye.
Sorry.
Something swirls the clouds unnaturally. Something large.
Uh-oh.
And not only that, there's a rustling down from below near the canopy, and you spot emerging out of the tree line, a large airship begins to take flight, rising higher and higher into the air. And you can hear perhaps like cheering voices way, way down there. It's very distant, very muffled, but you catch them on the wind. There's just these kind of cheers and raucous laughter, and there's light on that airship as well. Very clearly, little torches and um, maybe maybe even the sword that Benzie described is alight right now and being swung around. In any case, you can make out figures aboard the ship as they begin ascending higher, higher and higher, and they come up to those clouds that were kind of swirling around.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just check something. All goes quiet for a moment, almost as if the creatures aboard the ship know what's just about to happen to them before it happens. And suddenly you see two long beams, probably like 120 foot long, 5 feet wide, of pure raw like sunlight, just fire, shoot straight into the side of the ship. The sails on the side erupt and turn to ash. The decking ignites, and you hear chaos aboard the ship. Shouts, panicked cries, and you hear arrows being loosed very faintly towards that cloud. And just as they fire into it, is as soon as another set, two beams fire again straight through the cloud, almost parting it in that moment. And as it parts, you see a shadow of a creature, like a silhouette in the cloud, winged, clawed, and these two massive eyes that still seem to be burning white hot, and they seem to be directed straight towards that ship.
How far away is this happening?
What's what?
How far away is this happening?
This is happening quite some distance away, but close enough to you for you to be able to witness it, but not close enough for you to perhaps jump on or interact. But how come you wanted to try and do something from this distance?
I was just wondering how close it was as to whether I should wake everyone up or.
Oh, I see. No, the airship wasn't really even flying in your direction particularly, but you could argue that the dragon type creature was heading in your direction, but it seems like the ship unknowingly intercepted it, and without hesitation, it shot it down.
I'll leave it a little bit until I know it's coming our way.
Okay. A couple more of these beams before you see the ship breaking apart and falling, losing altitude rapidly. And what does wake everyone up is the almighty crash as it impacts into the forests of thither, splintering apart into two halves as it does, leaving a scorched earth, massive skid mark across the ground. And you're left to see your allies kind of coming to as that crash clearly woke them all up.
Did they get their sleep?
Yeah, they finished their long rest.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely.
That was crazy, guys.
Up.
Well, I think the what was it? Benzie, those other goblins, hobgoblins?
Hobgoblins? Where are they?
Yeah, I think they got into an airship, but then they got taken down by the Jabberwock. It was quite amazing to watch. In a really,
You saw it?
yeah, it was, well, kind of amazing in a sort of somber, everybody's dying sort of way.
Oh
But not
my.
us.
What did it look like?
Death and destruction, gravity taking effect,
Oh, no.
screams. You know, the usual stuff.
What? Are there any survivors?
I look down. Do I see any survivors? Do I
You
see
just see
anyone?
smoke. You just see smoke and splintered trees in a crash site.
Unless they had some pixie dust, probably not.
Hmm.
Do hobgoblins have pixie dust?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
The way it crashed, it wasn't just like a straight nosedive, right? It was kind of like just a skid onto the ground and dragged through the forest. So they didn't have like it's potential, like. But yeah.
Let's hope for no.
Okay. Benzie gets his gear all ready. Well, we gotta climb back down either way. You all ready?
Yeah.
I suppose
Hey,
so.
I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Because Clapperclaw's tiny, right? Is he
They're
tiny?
small.
Small, yeah. And how big is Benzie?
Small.
Oh, they're both small.
Yeah.
Right. If one of holds on to the small person or ties the small person to you, and then the bigger person uses the pixie dust, then you can glide them down safely, right?
We could do that. I was gonna try and zip line.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we just take a piece of cloth and throw it over the vine and then just slide down.
That sounds amazing.
Or
It is. It's a lot of fun.
that does sound fun, but also these guys can turn people into giant eagles, so let's just get them to do that.
Well, we can try.
I mean, you've done it twice now.
Maybe try a third time. Nope.
Just turns you into a caterpillar.
Is it actually?
Sure. No, I'll just pick something at random. But it's definitely not a giant eagle.
What's 41?
41's not a complication on this occasion, but
Okay.
the
You
nearest
try
thing is a blink dog.
again.
Oh god.
Now,
Use up all of this. What if the sprites come back?
Oh,
Tarquin's just gonna get some cloth and get ready to start sliding down.
You'll have fun. Don't worry about
In
it.
fact, he's not even gonna use his cloth. He's probably gonna use his quartz stuff and slide down using that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, Tarquin, can you take one? I can take Clapperclaw if you can take Benzie or vice versa.
I'm also
Or maybe
small.
Morgoth. Yeah, Morgoth can take one of them.
Yeah.
high up away.
That is a good
Okay.
question. How high up are we?
We're about 200 feet.
Okay.
What?
Is it a steep drop or is it a gentle drop into the?
It's steep
canopy?
at first, for sure. But
Well, I mean, will we level off and slow down naturally, or is this going to be a screaming
screaming.
drop into slamming into a tree?
No, it's probably screaming. Knowing the descent looks steep.
Yep.
Tarquin, maybe we should just climb.
Nope.
Hand
Doing
over
it.
hand, back down. Okay. Since I'm going to be carrying somebody, I'll just
Yeah.
climb down.
Yep.
Claw goes wee and does it after you.
Oh god, Claw's just jumped on after me.
Yep. It's Claw's decision.
Yep. Okay.
Who wants to live forever?
And as Tarquin gets near the end, so he doesn't impact, he's gonna just sort of swing himself off and slow fall for the last bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you teleport, do you maintain momentum or?
You do.
I was gonna jump off and just teleport at the last second.
That would be ill-advised, we'll say. But nonetheless, we will drag you back onto tether.
I'll slide down and then teleport
Okay.
as I get close to the bottom.
All right, you can give those who want to slide down can give me acrobatics, and those who want to climb down normally can give me athletics. Tarquin, you do it just how you envisioned it. You picture it and you do it. Oh god, Nox, not good.
I am gonna be using a face step as I get towards the bottom.
Yeah.
You also have pixie dust for emergency.
No,
I
it's
do.
100. Oh.
That's his
My
turn.
hand slipped. Bexby, not Bexby. Moved suddenly. It threw me off balance.
Benzie, you mean?
Benzie.
So who's Pixie? Benzie does fine on this occasion, getting a 13.
Oh, I thought he was climbing down with me. I thought
Yeah,
I was
they are.
carrying him.
Oh, I mean, he's helping then. Tell you what, he's giving you advantage. There you go.
So you want me to roll again? All right.
Oh no, he's helping. He got 13, and then, oh my lord. If you want to roll again though, you'd use a point of lucky, I would say.
Okay. Yes. Then I use one of my luckies,
Okay,
and I got a 23.
that's much better. You feel yourself slipping, and it's probably again that sort of steep nature of this.
Yeah.
And you're also maybe a little bit distracted because you two see the big plume of smoke rising out of the forest. You just can't keep your eyes off of it, like that morbid curiosity, wondering how many hobgoblins died in the crash. And then you suddenly lose your slip. But thankfully, you're lucky enough that one of the dragonflies catches onto the tether and brings it back to you.
Thank you very much, Dragonfly.
They're watching your back for you. Let's do Morgort, who's got good chance of succeeding this. Nope. Oh god. Morgort begins to fall.
Oh god, they don't have any way to recover from this.
I changed my mind. I'm gonna skydive for Morgort.
Okay. Okay. Will you let go?
Yeah, I let go and I try and grab Morgort.
Okay. Morgort flails in the air wildly as you try to dive in after them. You can give me an acrobatics check as well, just to sort of fly towards them effectively.
I'm just like, guidance, and then dive after it. Acrobatics, did you say?
Yeah, definitely. That's more than enough to sort of dive in, catch up to Morgort, grab onto them if you wish.
And I puff them with pixie dust.
With fairy dust. That
Fairy dust.
saves Morgort's life. Morgort's
And
like, ah! Huh?
And then,
Huh?
and then as we're falling at half
Okay.
the speed, because I'm holding on to them, dragging them down, as we get close to the bottom, I'll do my first step then.
Okay. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts.
We're
Oh,
gonna die.
you saved me. Nox, if you can understand me, I am forever in your debt.
Nox? Okay.
It is you as the spider, right?
I'm not a
Or is
spider.
it Solomon?
I'm just a person right
You're a
now.
giant wolf spider.
No, I'm just. No,
Okay.
it's just just because it came back over.
You know
I'm
what?
not.
It might have been all the blood rushing to my head. I'm seeing things, but
How do I cancel that?
you don't know. That's why I'm confused. You saved me, and that is all that matters. She sort of falls to her feet, falls to her knees, and just sort of rests a moment. Yeah. There you go. I've turned you back.
I was a person the whole time.
Sure. She just didn't see. It's because it said in the chat. I was like, huh? Anyway.
It's because we went back over to this map.
I think that's everyone then. Yes. Oh wait, Clapperclaw. Clapperclaw. Facepalm. Ah. Oh dear. Well,
I'll catch him.
Clavicle was zooming off ahead, unfortunately. They were just basically behind Tarquin, kind of zipping down, trying to use the zip line. And unfortunately, when they let go, or not rather let go, but they can't slow down at the end like Tarquin can with their slow fall. They just keep on spinning. They keep on speeding and speeding and speeding, and it gets steeper and steeper towards the end there. And they don't let go necessarily, but they can't slow down either. And they slam incredibly hard into the wall with that, that plateau where they were before. Yeah. Let me just roll damage on what we got. 200 feet.
20d6.
20d6. Okay.
Oh my god. You kill Clapperclaw?
Clapperclaw explodes
No.
as they impact the plateau. Their gourd is just juice. You see the coins go collapsing onto the rock. Two of their claws fall one way, and the other one falls the other way. The rest of their body explodes into straw, straw just flies everywhere, fluttering down. But you did hear him go, "Whee!"
No,
all
is
the
there
way.
any way we can reassemble him?
Is he dead, or is he just regular dead? Like unconscious, or is he dead?
Well, he's exploded.
Yeah, there is straw and dead plant matter everywhere.
I'm going to try to put him back together, and as part of it, I'm just going to grab my silver pine cone out of the remains because I gave that to him.
Yeah,
Can we
put him back together?
You see, in his belongings, there is actually a bag full of spare stuffing. It's got straw, dead plant matter, like I mentioned. And it seems like he's been stuffing himself with this stuff, like every time he gets, falling apart. You can try to piece him back together, but he's gonna need a new head, that's for sure.
Tarquin, I think we should try to restuff him and see if it brings him back to life.
Yep. But we probably need a new head for him.
Right, but let's at least see if the stuffing will bring him back to life. And I will search around for another gourd or something maybe we could use.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a really terrible idea. Considering it's the gourd's kind of like storage space, and his previous one was a skull. What if we just use a bag of poop?
One of the Ferrero Rochers.
No. No. Because whoever walks behind him will have to smell it. No.
True.
Can we look around for
yeah,
some
I'll
sort
tell
of
you what.
fruit?
Give me a survival check. See if you can locate some sort of large vegetable.
I'll have a look.
Okay, so miraculously, you do find some nearby. Oh, you got 22? Heck, you could even find a spare gourd with that. If I was gonna say, like, maybe you find a smaller fruit or vegetable, but 22? Yeah. You know what?
Watermelon.
You,
Watermelon.
you got your choice. Tarquin finds a watermelon, or Tanwen, you found a similar gourd in a nearby patch. just growing naturally.
I'm gonna pluck the gourd,
Hmm.
and so he has a choice. He'll have a choice of heads. I think this is a good thing. He can
Okay.
choose the watermelon or the gourd. I like that.
Yep.
Okay. And those who are trying to piece him back together with the stuffing and stuff, you're not sure exactly how much stuffing was placed in his sleeves or in his shirt, but you just start filling it as best you can. His little shorts as well, and they were tied off at the end. There were sticks, large sticks that have snapped. And I'll say with that survival check, you can scrounge together some more and stick them in his boots. And some of the boots had straw in them as well. You fill it all back up as best you can. Tie off the ends, and the claws they're reattached as well. But as soon as you place the head on it, it kind of looks like normal claw, and then the gourd kind of falls lopsided to one side and falls off.
No.
Try the watermelon.
Tarquin has been busy whilst they've been trying the gourd and doing the last bit of assembly, carving like a face into the watermelon, like a jack-o'-lantern sort of thing, and tries putting that on place.
As
Okay.
he puts it into place, I'll cast a healing word into it all.
A healing word. Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay.
try and put magic into what it is essentially a sentient being of
Sure.
insentient pieces.
Okay. You put the watermelon on, and you can roll that healing word. Okay, 5. As you put the watermelon on, suddenly there's a rustling and a jerking, and before a moment later, after that healing word finishes, you absolutely do hear the claws clapping, and it's not speaking though. It doesn't speak like Clawclaw. You just hear it kind of snapping and snapping, and it seems to be like feeling around on the ground for something.
I place the 2 coins in the jack-o'-lantern.
As soon as you drop the coins in, they suddenly animate the head, and he swivels it around of like a full 360, and then it kind of like tries to blink perhaps, and it looks around at you guys and goes, uh, "That was amazing! Let's do that again. That was so much fun."
No,
What?
that was scary. You
We
scared
we
us.
might not be able to make you another. We might not be able to bring you back next time. I'm pretty sure you died.
I died. I already died. Remember?
Yeah, but I think
What
you
was it?
died again.
Oh, but I woke up again, the same way with the coins, my lucky coins.
Huh. Also, this is what I'm picturing Tarquin carve the head as.
Okay. Oh, he's a happy boy.
Yeah. Because he's always trying to make jokes and like...
Yeah. I like my new head. Did you
Yeah.
make this?
Yeah. I thought you'd like a nice smile to show everyone how full of happiness you are. Mainly at their
This is-
expense as you think they're going to die.
I feel like this is fitting.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
hoping to find a pumpkin. Honestly, pumpkin, but watermelon's a good substitute.
Feel a little bit sore in places, but that's probably just the straw is in an uncomfortable spot.
Well, you can adjust that, you know. I'm sure
Yeah,
Jem.
they do. They start adjusting themselves and sorting themselves out. And they
Also, I
stand back up.
think you might have your shoes on back to front. I think it's meant to be the other way around. That might be it.
Oh yeah, you go back to front. Yeah, he just takes them off and puts them back on. He's dropping straw all over the place. Oh, where's my bag? Oh, it's empty.
What do you need to refill it? Just regular straw, or do we need something special?
Any old straw will do.
Alright. So what you're saying is that this death was the last straw.
he bursts out laughing, just in hysterics at that. That was a great joke.
Tarquin, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
I know. Oh, in this case, broke the clapcor's head.
With that, by the way, you actually fully restored him. I'm not kidding when I say he's got stuffing, and it actually does restore his health if he goes down. That's how much he gets. 2d4 plus 4, and with the healing word, he's actually back to 4. So
Alright.
Claw looks much happier than he did before.
Alright, Benzie, we've got what we need.
I'll just forage on the way.
Yep, we can, that's a good idea. We can keep here. So I guess we go back to the village. We speak with those goblins who wanted to, like, get on, Scabatha's good side. And go from there.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Claw walks a little bit awkwardly and still kind of like, filling out his shoes to be even. And after a while, if you want to head all the way back to the Goblin Village, it's no issue. You can arrive back in Terrace Town.
Yeah,
and I'll take
because
you
we
there.
don't know where we're going necessarily, and those goblins seem to know where they were going. So
Right.
Yeah, they're taking us. Those two specifically. What was it?
Ben, you mean Ziz and
Sizz
Ronk?
and Ronk. Yeah, are the ones that were
You,
going to take us.
as you're going by, you're kind of walking past the. Yeah, you would actually kind of be circumventing the big plume of smoke is still billowing out of the forest. So you could make your way, just ignore that, get back to the village. If you want to do that first.
Tarquin just sort of looks at the others. We're fighting fit at the moment, right?
I am feeling fine.
And we know
Fine.
and we know the hobgoblins like loot and things, right? And the ship crashed.
What I'm thinking.
Should we go loot the ship?
Well, remember, we've only got a certain number of days here.
I know, but I'm thinking it's on the way. We'd have to go wide berth to get round it.
I'm fine with that because I'm dying of curiosity. I almost fell off the vine because I was so curious about this. So I don't mind taking a peek, but I'll bow to the group's consensus.
Are we doing this on the way back, or are we doing this after we've got to the Goblin Village?
Yeah, be on.
You can
on the way back.
Yeah, you take a detour basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then.
Didn't
Okay.
return any token within this scene.
No, not yet.
No.
I don't think you've got 300 dark vision though. That should not be that. I'm going to reduce you back down to what you had before.
Oh, it's probably because I've got dark vision from
Xaxx.
Yeah.
Okay,
He gifted me the power of Twilight forever.
He did. If you could change that on your own token, actually, because I think you know your own dark vision.
Yep, none.
None. Okay, there you go then. Solomon, you should have only 60.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you can change that back.
No, it is 60.
It is. Okay, you're correct then. Very good. So, as you're coming into, or towards this forest, pluming with smoke.
Stealthy.
You can roll stealth, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it that dark that I have no vision whatsoever?
It's sort of twilight.
Yep.
So
the fact that the rabbit race can't see in the dark still baffles me. But
oh my god.
They have we didn't went over this.
Yeah, I know.
Don't have dark vision, but they do have good vision in twilight, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So funnily enough, you should be able to see a little bit clearer. So I'm actually going to give you for the time being, I'm going to give you 30 dim.
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Okay. Benzie tries to stay back a little bit. So I'm just going to give their check. Okay, Benzie's good. Unfortunately, Morgul is clang clang with their armor.
Tarquin's not great either. Probably because he's still adjusting to the light, and then he walks smack bang into a tree. Ow!
And what did you get, Solomon? 21. Solomon, you're feeling confident, treading through the leaves. You know where to avoid the crunch, as well as wield it. And Tanwen, you got
22.
22. Yeah. Avoiding any twigs, stopping them from snapping underfoot. You remember the old.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm groaning at the noise my companions are making. So I'm just quietly groaning in my head.
I'm going to give you a little bit of vision as well, just because it's last. There's a last bit of light that's always ever present, but it is very dark in here. Up ahead, though, you do see a source of light, smoldering bits of wreckage, where you saw those twin beams of fire shoot through the deck. There's that massive scorch mark across the ground that also has these last dying embers just lighting up the forest in the distance. And Solomon, at this distance as well, with your passive perception, you can hear voices. They are still alive. These hobgoblins are on the lookout as well. One of them says, "Keep your eyes out on the sky." Do you speak goblinoid?
No,
Okay, that's
I
a bit
don't think
tricky
so.
then.
Dwarvish, Elvish, Sylvan, Druidic, and Common.
Okay. Common. One of them speaking in common, and that is actually the first voice you hear. In fact, it says, "Keep your eyes on the sky. That thing could be flying back to finish us off." And the other ones seem to relay that information in goblinoid. "Ikako, udogasdas." Nonetheless, you can see one of these hobgoblins is up on the deck, looking out over the forest tree line. So they don't spot you, however.
Probably spot Tarquin.
Tarquin, you're a little, a little bit more obvious. The white rabbit in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him a. Oh, they got dark vision out. It's out to 60. Tarquin, what did you get in this level?
An 8, but I still think I beat them. Perception check.
What? What is this one doing?
He obviously hit his head. Or he's like one of those really goofy pirates who thought one eye patch looked cool, so he decided to try the two.
Yeah, he's looking right up into the air as well. Like, you just see his chin, just like staring directly up.
The urge to attack.
Whereas the other nearby hobgoblin, they seem to be pouring through wreckage, and you can hear the cluttering of barrels being kind of wrenched open, splintering wood. You can hear a clang of a spanner, like someone's trying to like break something open, perhaps. Yeah. Nonetheless, it looks like there are other hobgoblins around. You can hear a lot of them, but most of them seem to be busy.
Tarquin sort of glances over to Tanwen and just goes, "Do we try the sort of lying diplomatic way again? It seems to have worked for us so far recently."
It has worked for us, but we could also try to sneak around back and see if we could find a way into the ship from the backside. I mean, they all seem to be concentrated up front.
Yeah. All right. Let's try that way then.
Okay. Tarquin, you see nearby the sounds of that spanner are coming from this hobgoblin here. Seems to be whacking it on some sort of machinery. And can just quickly look around. It's very tricky, like to walk out here and be completely silent. All the wood kind of like knocks into each other. You step on a splinter, ow! You hear this hobgoblin turn and go, "Huh?" He looks out into the tree line.
This is going to be good.
And of course, Morgott is also clanging and saying,
Yep. Tarquin's gonna
There.
just. G'day, neighbour. I saw your fancy flying ship crash, and I thought I'd come investigate, see if you needed a hand.
he shouts before he does anything else and says, "Hey, we got somebody over here!" And he says it in common. And you hear something moving in the deck, like below the ship. Someone with heavy footsteps. But they haven't got
God.
quite here just yet. And he goes, "And who are you?
Ah,
Identify yourself."
they call me Tarquin Frunk. I'm one of the lead representatives of the group known as Dragon Incorporated.
While he's
Dragon
doing
Incorporated.
that, I'm going to try to back around the tree and pull out my bow and arrow.
We're actually mostly in the insurance business, but clearly you've kind of had the accident already, so I thought I'd saw the incident and thought I'd come see if I could help in any way.
Another hobgoblin comes from the other side of the wreckage. He draws a longsword as he does and says, "You'll have to forgive us, but we don't like the. We're not in any mood for dragons at the moment. Had enough run-ins with them for one day. So you can take your Dragon Incorporated, turn around, and go somewhere else."
Well, if it's not Dragon Incorporated that suits you, I have a few other groups that I represent, and maybe one of them can be more to your liking.
We'll hear what the boss has to say.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I completely understand your skepticism. You've been attacked by some big bright lights from the sky. Not a great thing to be attacked by. And obviously your ships. And I imagine ships like this are hard to come by, so...
You hear the thudding of metal boots against the decking, and at the top, everyone sees what is a armored knight is suddenly appear and flame. He's probably giving off light because he just ignited his sword, and you see this standing before you. There he comes now, Captain Warduke. This is the knight you see before you, flaming sword in hand, trying to see down into the wreckage where you are. And he has his shield out as well at the ready, just in case. Seems quite wary of you. But he looks down and says, "Who are you?"
Well, as I was just saying to your lovely hobgoblin guys down here, my name's Tarquin Frunk. I'm a representative of Dragon Incorporated, an insurance firm, but also represent a few other groups. But I was just about, and I saw you get taken out of the sky by some bright things of light, and I'm like, oh, those guys look like they could probably do with a hand, so I thought I'd come over and see what I could do. You know, helping people's kind of part and parcel of my trade. It's kind of what I do.
"We have things handled here.
Oh.
We don't want any scavengers, so
Oh,
you can take your leave."
that's fair enough. If you don't mind me asking, I'm happy if you say no. Do you happen to work for one of the hags around these parts?
What's it to you?
Well, it's just I'm about to make a delivery to one of them shortly, so I thought maybe you'd want me to pass on a message.
The hobgoblins next to you look a little bit. They're easier to read, and you can give me an insight check based on their reaction to this. Whereas Warduke seems completely stoic, and you can't even see his face underneath that helmet.
Mm.
Whereas the two goblins look a little bit hot under the collar a little bit, passing on a message, and they both suddenly look like sharply towards Warduk, as if they're expecting something volatile. But then Warduk says, "You will pass on no such message."
Fair enough. If that's what you want, that's what I just thought I'd ask, helping how I can. I obviously can't help fix your ship. I mean, that's beyond me. But, I thought maybe a bit of help. But if that's what it is, then I will be on my way. If you ever do need any insurance in the future, be sure to look us up. I imagine your premiums would have gone up with such an incident. But, I'll leave you to it. And Tarquin will begin to walk away.
Yeah, he doesn't let any out. Let a response out. He just stares at you as he watches you take every step away from him. And eventually, the torch, or rather, the sword, goes out, and he's kind of plumbed into darkness again. And all you hear are the loud thud, thud, thud as he works his way
Wait.
back down the deck.
Before all that happens, as Tarquin walks by me, I'm going to whisper, "Do you want me to shoot him?"
Tarquin shakes his head.
Okay. All right. Then I won't shoot him.
Yeah, you heard the captain. All of you else hiding in there. You don't tell Scabather you saw anything.
Tarquin, just in his head, is like, bingo.
Okay, Tanwen, are you gonna stay hidden for a bit longer, or do you wanna head away? It's up to you. Morgott, sort of knowing now that she's been caught, she kind of clink, clink, clink back into the forest, and then she gets here. She's like, "Wait, where's Solomon?" Meanwhile, Solomon,
Tarquin's just like, honestly, he's a law unto himself. That's why he's our legal representative.
what are you up to, Solomon? Whilst that conversation was being held.
I was just waiting for something to happen.
Okay.
Nothing's happening.
Doesn't seem to be, no. These hobgoblins are trying to get their shit together, right? So the last thing they really want is maybe an encounter, and they're happy for you to just turn around and walk away by the looks.
It's one quick question actually.
Mhm.
Considering they've just suffered through an incident, they all look pretty battered. I imagine Warduk isn't because of his armor, but what about the others?
There are scrapes and bruises on them, yeah, you can tell. But they've armed themselves at the very least. Again, they've got their swords, shields. Some of them have, what do they
Like,
have?
do they look-
Longbows.
Do they look heavily damaged or?
No. In all honesty, you would expect like some grievous injuries, but it looks like they managed to actually suffer the crash fairly well. Aside from their ship, it looks like they came down in a controlled manner.
The ship took most of the damage.
Right, exactly. They may be kind of scattered and a bit uh, dazed, but they have got their weapons. Some of them have got bruises and cuts, but
Can I see anything that looks interesting inside here or inside here from where I'm stood?
yeah. Given that they're hobgoblins, you understand that they're kind of more military-like and regimented, so they probably knew what to do in a crash, and they're fairly organized in trying to piece things together. What they're trying to gather, though, by the look, Solomon, is weapons and armaments at the moment. And one of them over here is trying to open up a battered-looking chest that's kind of sunk into the mud. It is. You can hear the clinking of gold coins as they're trying to get it open, and there's a barrel as well. That as they put it upright, you can hear it is full of chinking coins. Um, Aside from that, there are bits of mechanical scrap, broken cogs, snapped wheels, um, splintered wood makes up most of the wreckage, but you can see there was some sort of mechanical component to the ship.
And they're all right. Well, my friends are retreating anyway, so
Oh yeah, okay,
I just retreat.
sure enough. Okay.
I'm not gonna go into a fight on my own.
No, of course not. Benzie kind of like, oh, we're leaving.
Right. So, couple of things I've learned as part of that whole thing. Their leader's armor is really cool.
Wardu.
Is apparently named War Duke. They don't want Scabatha knowing about the crash, which is interesting. Which makes me think that Jabberwock is definitely Moongraves, and this is whatever Scabatha has put together in order to try to compete. And unfortunately, they've clashed and they've lost. So that's interesting in itself. But there's also quite a few of them, and they seem to have taken a lot less damage than I'd expect from such a crash and conflict. But also it seems that maybe the Jabberwock just wanted to take them down, not finish them off. So maybe just wants the skies.
Maybe.
But the fact we know that they don't want Scabatha to know gives us a little bit of information we can use, potentially, should we need it. Plus, I suppose another bit of good news is, obviously, for now at least, the Hobgoblin pirates are bereft of ships, so they're not going to be as big of a problem for people for a little bit. So that's good news, I suppose.
I couldn't see in. Are we sure that they didn't have any captives?
I don't know. Did you see anything, Solomon? I didn't really get a good look inside.
So, back then?
Huh?
Back then?
Yeah,
The
but
goblins?
did you see anything inside the ship? Any captives potentially?
No, they were just trying to collect their weapons.
I
Typical
wish I could have
Hobgoblins.
gotten a couple of those cogwheels or something that was on the ground. Maybe
back if
they'll
you
slow them down even more if we had some pieces of their ship that they
Well,
couldn't easily replicate.
I mean, I'd imagine they basically, by the looks of it, lost the entire middle section of the ship. I imagine that's going to take a while to repair.
Yeah.
What would be potentially useful if we were going to try to take something is that hobgoblin near the bottom that like was working in some kind of mechanical part. That could be an interesting one because that looked quite hard to replicate. But
Something about that Duke just gave me the willies. I just wanted to shoot him. I mean, I really, really wanted to, if you hadn't been so far out front and we hadn't been so far outnumbered, I think I would have taken a shot. Because there's something about him that is just.
I have a feeling if we could catch him off guard and get some good initial blows, we might stand a chance. But in an up straight fight, I don't think we could have won that.
I know. That's why I didn't. But man, if we ever run across him again and it's a fair fight, I definitely want to try to take him out. There's something about him that just, it just sets my teeth on edge.
I could try and hold him in place.
No, let's not do that right now. I hate leaving enemies behind us because you never know when they'll catch up. But I think we need to go ahead and get back to the Goblin Village.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, we're back. Huh.
Yeah, with little
Nice.
intervention, you make your way back to Terrace Town. There,
Right.
it seems the goblins have come to an accord. They've had their little meeting.
Right.
Oh,
We're
you're
back.
back. Welcome.
Right.
And Benzie's still alive.
So I've got some good news, some bad news, and some good news.
Wow. I guess take it in that order.
Right, so the first bit of good news, not sure how good news this is to you, but for the time being at least, we've managed to stop the war on the floating isles.
Well done.
Um,
Getting on everyone's nerves.
the,
Those pixies and sprites, they just fighting over nothing, honestly.
the pirates are no longer have a functional ship.
Oh my.
The reason
that?
being is that they were shot out of the sky by the Jabberwock, so
Oh,
that's very
oh,
real.
Some good luck.
Yeah, Solomon, I
The
think you
enemies
described
are
it as
enemies.
like it stared at them like it was the sun or something, like fired like the sun out of its eyes. Right?
Oh my.
Yeah.
That sounds terrifying.
And the final bit of good news is we have the Jabberwock poop.
You hear Sizz and Gonk go, yes, good job, all right.
We got
Give 'em a round of
3
applause.
lots of it.
Woo! Nice.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
I mean, you can have a sniff if you like.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that'll definitely work. You got 3 lots? Oh, that's good enough. I think Scabatha will be happy with 3.
Yep.
Here, you can have my bag.
Yeah. Also, we now know who the leader of the pirates is. It's a armored guy called Warduke.
Ooh.
He's pretty scary looking.
Where have I heard that name before?
He's got like a helmet with like bats on. He's got like a shield with
And
like face
flaming
on.
sword.
No.
Scary eyes.
Oh no. It's
What's
worse
oh
than
no?
I thought. I've heard of this Warduke before, and the
Okay.
description you've given of him, he is renowned, or should I say infamous general or mercenary, I suppose. He used to be a mercenary. Now he's sort of, if he's a captain of a pirate ship, then
Yeah.
yes,
Is
he's
he a
climbing up in the
being?
world.
Is he a being with magical armor? Is he or is he magical armor that's been animated to
Oh,
appear as though it's a being?
goodness, I have no idea. But I can tell you, though, he's a fearsome warrior. Did you see the sword?
Yes.
Then it's no doubt Warduke is part of a mercenary group known as the League of Malevolence.
I knew that guy was not right.
I have no idea what his plans are right now, but I can tell you he's motivated by one thing, and that's coin.
Right. This League of Malevolence, is he sort of quite high up in that, do you know? Or is he like just like your average member? Just so I know what to compare him against. Like, should I
Sounds
be
like
terrified?
Well, it sounds like he's climbing up in the world. Used to be a mercenary, now he's a captain. Huh.
I mean, I'd imagine the
for-
leader of something called the League of Malevolence is quite terrifying.
As for his origin, they say no one knows what he truly is underneath that dread helm of his. He never removes his helmet to reveal his face to others.
Oh, he's the Mandalorian. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
that is the way.
Yeah, well, his way is not a good way. I'd rather take the highway than his way.
Yeah, well, at least he can't take the highway anymore because he lost his ship for the time being.
I see, yeah, he's low way now.
Yeah, it looks like the entire middle of it was shot out, so I can't see him repairing that anytime soon unless they got a spare. But
There
we
is
know
more.
they did a raid and came back through one of the mushroom rings near the floating isles.
Really?
Yeah.
They're using the mushroom rings?
Yeah. And he even put out his sword against one of the mushrooms of the mushroom ring.
Oh, that poor mushroom.
Caused it to scream.
Ooh, screamed.
Yeah.
Oh no. That might have been a campestry. Poor little guy.
Oh, God. Wait,
Okay.
aren't
What's a
campestry
campestry?
singers?
Yeah, they normally sing. Unless they were asleep.
What's
But
a campestry?
they're magical mushroom. They like to sing and I've never well they're fae. They're creatures that live here in
Okay.
the in Prismere and they just love song. They're cheerful little
Hmm.
creatures. They wouldn't harm a fly.
I remember Mr. Light mentioning them once, or it might have been one of the others, but I think Mr. Light was interested. He was thinking that having a campestry orchestra would have been amazing at the carnival.
Oh, that'd be great. Honestly, you would never meet a more whimsical and merry creature than a campestry. They're like Prismere's little gift of happiness and joy.
Oh, now I want to punch Warduke in the face.
Ah, shit! I should have shot him when I had a chance.
Honestly, I regret telling you not to.
Oh,
But
man.
I think if we do get into a fight with him, I feel we should all agree on one thing.
We go back.
If we're gonna die during that fight, we die taking his helmet off.
I agree.
Yes.
Okay, well,
I'm
we
honestly
also
hoping he's 3 goblins in that one set of armor.
What if you take his helmet off and it's you from the future?
Oh,
No, that would be from Infinity and Beyond.
Solomon, now I have a headache. But please don't suggest things like that.
Evil Tarquin.
I'm gonna have nightmares.
What if it's all 3 of us from the future?
Well, I was honestly thinking 3 goblins in a trench coat sort of situation, but 3 goblins in a suit of armor.
3
better.
cards in a suit.
Well, Tarquin, you might as well tell them the rest of your news. So
Stranger things have happened.
What else have I got? Oh, we think, based on what they said and how they reacted to certain things, that pirates might be working directly for Scabatha.
I wouldn't put it past her to make alliances with evildoers.
Also, considering all the cogs and stuff, and considering she has those tin soldiers, cogs and things seem to
Oh
be
my
her thing.
god. You make sense. No. You put 2 and 2 together. I hadn't even thought of that. Who else could make a mechanical marvel of an airship other than Scabatha?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so we know they're in league. Speaking of, we managed to fix up 2 of the tin soldiers.
Oh, nice.
And
Also,
small creatures could fit into them.
Yeah.
But I doubt anyone bigger than that could fit in,
Right. Also, one last thing. I don't think the Jabberwock is native to this part of Prismere.
Oh.
I think it's actually from Yon.
Huh. Okay. Okay.
I'm not sure how that affects things, but I thought it might be worth knowing in case you had any ideas.
Yeah, I'll make a mental note of that.
Yeah.
No idea how to deal with that thing, though, but...
Yeah. I mean, the fact it can fly and it took out possibly the only thing I could think of to... Like, if we had the airship and could catch it off guard...
Ooh.
But the airship's gone now.
Yeah.
I honestly think the Jabberwock just heard my dream I had a dream last night about being a sky pirate, but like a good sky pirate, so I was like a liberator. I was a sky privateer. That's the right term. So I chased up the sky pirates out the air and got to do like swinging on ropes and stuff, and I think the Jabberwock heard that dream and was just like, nope, taking out the ship now before you have a chance. Because he's a dick.
Wow. I mean, a terrifying creature if it can see your dreams.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that'll have sated its fury for a moment.
Yeah.
I'm glad that our enemies are fighting each other. That saves us some work.
Yep.
What else? What else? Oh, yes. And we were deciding on whether to jump ship or not. Nah, you've dealt with the Pixie War going on, but if those pirates are on foot now,
Yeah.
I we're still gonna we're gonna go into hiding for a while
That
when we
makes
go
sense.
deeper.
Um, I mean, I realize not the best suggestion, but if you went to hither, if you can get there, that there might be some safe areas there.
May we have
Right.
a few pieces of candy before you go, though?
I didn't get time to make any more, but
Oh, okay.
you can definitely find some in the Goblin Market in when you get to Loomlurch.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else? Speaking of Sizz and Ronk, you still want to take these fine adventurers to Loomlurch? That's the plan. Yes, with Pooh in tow. Don't tread on it. You don't want to do.
Yeah. And
Okay, well
hopefully
then,
we'll come out of it smelling like roses and not like what we used to grow the roses.
and if you find any more of them tin soldiers, give them hell.
Yep.
That's
Right.
another reason we're moving on, just in case another one of those
Yep.
groups come over. I
Yeah.
don't know what we would do if we didn't have you guys. You probably would have taken our youngest.
Yeah. See. I forget, is Maul got a small creature or are they medium?
No, medium.
Okay, so I'm the only party member who's small and then the goblins are small. Okay.
Yeah, Benzie and you could fit in these.
As could Clapclaw.
There they are.
But imagine if
Clapclaw could as well, yeah.
I imagine if I wore them, they'd function like armor, right?
They would, but not one you're proficient in.
Well, that's the thing. It would mess up like a lot of my monk stuff. So I'm thinking,
Yeah.
Benzie, for your own protection and so we can get you back to your daughter, I think you should wear one of them.
Oh, really? Okay. Let me try again. He tries to fit himself, and it actually fits. His
And
ears poke out a little bit, but he folds them in. to hold
Clapclaw, I think you should wear one of the others.
it. Okay. But I just got my melon helmet. Now I'm putting on this thing.
Well, it's going to go over the top of your melon helmet. It's going to protect your melon.
Oh. Okay then. Sure, he sticks it over the top of the melon.
Yep. Right.
Okay.
So we've got a couple of ways we could play this with those. Obviously that protects those two, which honestly takes a weight off my shoulders. You guys are obviously.
They could pretend to be taking us in.
I was thinking that, but the only issue is we don't have the drum one, and they seem to need that. But that is sort of one of the potential plans as a thing. But also, it just keeps those two a little bit better protected.
Right, I agree.
They kind of waddle along, trying to get used to it. They're like clunk, clunk, clunk. They do a little full circle around you. They kind of bump into you occasionally. Bump into the twigs, the rocks. Like, oh,
Solomon, can you cast any illusion magic? I realize that's a bit of an odd question. Solomon?
Wake up, Solomon.
Yes?
Yeah.
Can you cast any illusion magic?
Illusion magic.
Like minor illusion, silent image, that sort of thing.
Charm person, detect magic, fog cloud, entangle.
No, I don't think you would as a druid.
I can write stuff in the sky.
No, what I was trying to think is if we could get like a silent image up of the drum, and then one of us just pretend actually makes the drumming sound, that could work for the thing, but obviously not an option, so that's fine. It was just a passing thought.
I
So
tried just playing a drum.
we could, but we don't have a drum. I don't have a drum. And the drum was broke, so that's a problem. But, right, okay. So we should probably head off towards Loomlurch sooner rather than later whilst we're fighting fit. Give Benzie and Clapclaw a chance to get used to their new clothing on the way.
Okay. All right. And Sizz and Ronk will lead the way.
Yeah.
Seems like that's a good place to wrap it up as well. And yeah, good job on ending a pixie fairy war.
Yep.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Good. You got
Right.
your dung in hand, your Ferrero Rochers, as you put it. And
Yeah. Oh, I always said they tasted like shit.
All right,
well,
I
then-
sent my child to the Verizon store with my phone and my credit card to buy a new phone for the one that got crushed. I need to leave because I'm gonna have heart palpitations because she has not like called the home phone to let me know.
Right.
No worries.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna sign off here then.
Yep.
We gotta go.
Right.
Bye.
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 And join us Friday and next week as well. Bye.